Damn, 2 whole years. Can you believe it?
Generosity tea. Expertly brewed too.
How's everyone doing tonight? Hope you're all well. Welcome back to me playing through Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. Welcome to this fine Friday evening. Dirt Dog, Burmside, 2 years. Oh my god. Have I really been streaming that long?
Generosity. Expertly brewed too.
Please, Flagra, thank you so much for the host. Really appreciate it. So, yeah, is there anything special I want to talk about? Nah, not really. We probably should get to the theater recap. All right. So, last time on Ace Attorney, we finally went to court and, you know, tried to do the retrial for Maggie. So, you know, Phoenix entered the courtroom, and of course, because he's the rival prosecutor of the game, Godot was there. And we're all like, okay, so this should be a really easy retrial. After all, like I wasn't even here last time, so everything's going to work out perfectly fine. So we call in Gumshoe, and Gumshoe's all like, oh hey, I might be horny for Maggie, but it's okay because like I'm a nice guy and y'all understand, right? And we're like, we totally understand, Gumshoe. And then Godot's like, I am thoroughly unimpressed, get out of the witness stand. And he's all like, okay. So Gumshoe was absolutely freaking useless to us this time around, but it's okay. We got another witness, and this guy's sure to be a good witness for us, right? So he's all like, okay, everyone, so let me tell you about how everything went down. So that maid girl totally just poisoned the victim, and I totally saw her face and everything. And we're all like, are you sure about that? And it's like, absolutely, I saw her face and I know what she was doing that day and everything. And we're like, oh really? You sure you weren't just staring at the fact that she's dressed as a maid? And it's like, no. Oh, really? Well, what happens if I show you this? And then he's all like, choo choo, yeah. So, like, yeah, so he's like, it's like, okay, I cannot deny it. I love Mason, I cannot lie. And we're all like, yeah, that's what we thought. So anyway, get this guy out of the stairs. He was too busy staring at the waitress. And it's like, wait, I got more to say here. So, like, he's all like, I saw when he got poisoned, knocked over. He knocked over a vase. And that's right, they knocked over a vase, smashed it everywhere, all destroyed. And we're all like, okay, but how come the photo showed that that his vase wasn't knocked over? And it's like, oh crap, it was actually my vase. And we're all like, you're just an idiotic old perverted old man, aren't you? And it's like, yeah, okay, I'll just take my leave now. Well, that was a whole waste of a trial that we spent 2 hours on. Okay, so let's just go reconvene the next day after doing a little investigation. I existed. So that's pretty much what happened last time. We did a little bit of an investigation with outside of court, though. As soon as I can get rid of this, where is it? Witness stand. Anyway, so we go over to where am I? Where's Phoenix? So we go all over to we go to Tribulations, and we meet up with, you know, Luigi. And Luigi is unfortunately being accosted by a cute goth girl who's all like, if you don't give us the money, we're going to have to rip off your mustache. It's like, oh no, whatever should I do? Oh well. Will I be promised I will pay you back? And it's like, you better. So, we're all like, so who was that? And Luigi's like, oh, you want to believe. So I kind of took $500,000 from a lending company. And we're all like, yeah, no, why did you do that? It's like, I'm bad with money. And we're all like, okay, we probably should go talk to this lending company and see what's up. Mamma mia! So, we decide to go visit the... Oh, hey, Fury. I will say you missed the most important part of the pre-show. So, but no worries. There's a clip right there for you guys to see what I did. Anyway, so we go over to the lending company, and we're all like... and then we meet up with, you know, Celeste there, who's apparently the secretary, is all like, oh, hey, how you doing? So we're like, okay, so what are you guys more like loan sharks than anything? It's like, you want cookies? And we get all terrified because she acts all creepy and like a cadaver. And Fake Phoenix is also there, is all like, hey, did you mess with my table? I'm gonna rip your face off! And then we get scared and run away, and that's basically what happened last time on, and that's pretty much what happened last time on Ace Attorney. Sorry, I'm just double checking a few of my settings to make sure I have everything set correctly. Alright, so, yeah. Let's continue the investigation, shall we? So yeah, we went to Tender Lender, we got everything all talked out. I don't think we're going to be able to get any information about that head bandage of yours, my dear. So, how about we head back over to... Oh, we actually have something to do in Vitamin Square? Okay, sure, whatever. There he is! Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again! And here I thought we were done seeing Master Roshi. There! Take this! And this! And get out of my park! I've been destroying my throat every time this guy shows up. I really hope this is the last time we see him. Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya, just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya? Huh? Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo! Pigeon, yeah. Look, we really need to talk to you, alright? Out with the demons! In with good fortune! Ow! 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 Seeds! Shell splinters! Painful. Can you actually get splinters out of seed shells? I always knew you were a demon, Maya. Hi, Kudo. How you doing? Why do we even need to talk to you? We kind of got everything we ever needed out of you. Yeah, like, we still have, like, what, this, haiku of yours? Yeah, when the incident occurred, I broke the seat of my the vase of my seat. I'm sorry. Like, we really need anything more from you? Nah, we don't need to. We can leave. Alright, fine. Dude has almost the exact same voice as Mask the Mask. Does he? I was giving... Did I give Mask the Mask a Iago voice? I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today. Everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. A dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside. I can't remember her face! A filthy, depraved animal! I mean... Yeah? Not at all! Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress put it in. She put some kind of white powder in the young lady's Javachino. We hear you. And another thing. A young layabelle was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles. Honestly, I don't necessarily disagree. Like, I don't think he's ever really shown that he has a bad memory aside from that one vase thing. But like, I don't know, I feel like it's going to be relevant in some fashion about that. We're really sorry. Why are we sorry, Maya, again? We just proved him wrong. I made a little mistake about the boss, so what? I know what I saw. I tell you! I tell you! I tell you! Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo. Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat! Take this! It'd be really nice if the take this actually sprung up just now. That'd been great. You said you were a craftsman, right? The modern world casts honest craftsmen like me aside in droves. Surely it's not that. I come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer. I was born one, while you were still needling your crafts today. I was born in it, molded by it. So, actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself. I wanted to stick my fingers up that dribbly old judge's nose and scream right down his ear hole, objection! I'm so debating whether or not this should count toward the objection count. You know, I'll leave it to the mods to decide if they want to use it. Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I don't think that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all. I got a tsunami of frustration inside, and it's ready to burst out. If we let him start rambling now, we might never shut him up. What should I do? Oh, God. You know what? Sure, what? I'm actually curious what he's going to do if we suck it up, but... I kinda want to see Phoenix get more seeds thrown at him. Let's go for it. Actually, we got places to go, places to see, gotta follow our own rainbow, things to check in and stuff. Maybe another time. Fine, whatever. Just don't forget, I got a tsunami's worth of grumbling to do. Yes, this girl right here is really looking forward to hearing it all. Honest. What? I never said that. Come to the place where I work then. Here, bring this along with you. What is this? It's covered in seeds. A discount coupon for a burger? You really want someone to grumble at, huh? Although, it is a burger joint. Damn it, now I'm hungry. You said you were a craftsman, right? Blah, blah, blah. Our world casts honest craftsmen. Like me, it's side in droves. Surely, it's not that. I come from a long line. I feel like I've read all of these already, right? Yeah, I read all this again. Maybe I should actually let him ramble on. All right, let's let him ramble. Something, something, eat you fool. No! Besides, I already ate before I started, so yeah. I guess I better let him talk. So, there's not much call for craftsmen these days, huh? Of course not, you idiot! All I'm good for nowadays is running errands. Errands? Everybody takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some breadcrumbs. Take the dog for a walk, Granddad. Dude, people really actually do that to old people? I'm pretty sure most people just, you know, tell them to not do anything and just quit grumbling. Feed the pigeons, old man. What am I, some sort of two-bit community handyman? Oh no, I know I read it 5 minutes ago. I was just checking to make sure that it wasn't, like, it wasn't checked off yet. So I was like, wait, do I actually need to do this again? So I was making sure, like, going over the text again, I was just making sure I didn't already read it. Well, buy some bread, now that I can understand. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost, that's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. At home, at that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I? I'm sure you don't. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant? Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too? Yes, I did! The very day that young brat was poisoned! What? So, on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do? Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do! All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. A serving girl collapsed! And I broke that vase. It happened so fast I was in a bit of a daze, you see. And the owner shouted over to me. Excuse-moi! You call the police! Call them yourself, I should have said back! I didn't think of it at the time. So, did you end up calling the police? Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze. Did you call them on your cell phone? Cat, do I look like I have one of those new fangled thingamajigs? This guy's reminding me of my dad, and I hate it. I went out looking for a payphone, of course. Okay, random question for chat. Does your area still have payphones? I think New York removed the majority of payphones from our streets because everyone has cell phones now. You went looking for one? Wow. Yeah, I figured. I couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so. Yeah, public phones. 5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened, yes, sir! The owner was at Tribulations on his own. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning? Well, I would have if you'd given me the chance. But you all bullied me out of the courtroom. Okay, remember, Chad, no bullying. Bullying bad. Don't bully. Oh, thank you, Mr. Kudo. You've certainly earned your kudos for today. Wait! If that's the case, there's more! I got more to say! We're just going to skip the flashback. It's not my fault! You're the ones to blame! You could have at least told us before you got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? What's important is the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman, I'm starting to really hate this case just because of all this stupid gender stuff. I mean, that man alone in the restaurant. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. I mean, I just assumed that the whole reason that, oh shoot, I forgot his name. Armstrong, John Armstrong. The only reason I assumed that Armstrong kicked Victor out is because he wanted to steal the lottery ticket.
What do you mean?
Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Oh, sure! You go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. You like the case a lot, Armstrong not as much. I just don't like Armstrong being a massive stereotype. That's the thing that's annoying the hell out of me, honestly. I suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead. This case is also a lot more easy and clean cut compared to the previous cases, I'll say that. We need to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. All right. We're probably not going to get anything out of Armstrong here, but might as well go in anyway. Even outside modern ideologies, Armstrong isn't a funny character. No, I feel like... Okay, so interesting thing when it comes to comedy for me. Comedy definitely evolves over time, and like... It doesn't necessarily mean that the subject material has, is okay or is better depending on the time period. No matter what, offensive stuff is going to be offensive no matter the time period. It's just, quote-unquote, different sensibilities at the time. That's the whole point of enlightenment as you go along in the as we evolve as human beings. We become more aware about things. Like, way back when, like, everyone treated everyone differently because of different ideas. And as we've gone, as people have gotten better, we look back at those times and we think, oh God, how did we allow this to happen? And that's basically how I feel about this in this situation. It's a scant, like, what? 15 years ago? Let's say 15 years ago. It's just so cringe-inducing for me because of that. So it's like, you know... I'm not saying that they should change the game for what it was. It's a good capsule of the time period. It's also like how I remember in the localization for Final Fantasy VII, like, I never actually played Final Fantasy VII. This is what I got from Pop Culture Osmosis. I remember how they casually dropped the hard R word in the localization. That was back when it was quote-unquote more okay to say that, and like nowadays no one uses that word in good context because of the fact of us realizing how insulting and how derogatory that term is, you know? I don't want to... Is the N-word? No. But yeah, it is pretty bad. You thought I was referring to the other one? Oh, I'm not entirely sure which other one you're talking about, Maniacal. But, yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying I want this game to be changed or anything like that, but, like, man, I don't like that. No, I was talking about no, when I say hard R, I'm talking about the other. Okay, I'm gonna say it, but no one is allowed to take this out of context. I will actually get mad about you about that. I was talking about the word retarded. Anyway. But yeah, you figured it out too late? Yeah, no worries, guys. But hey, Twy, how you doing? I don't know, just a bit of real talk with you guys. I just want to let you know how I feel about all these important subjects. But I swear to God, I am going to slap you. I would unmod you, but you're currently unmodded, so rip there. There's only really one R word that really comes to mind in regards to that. Because it's really, it's really hard to actually say the word. I mean, explain what the word is without actually saying the word, you know what I mean? Anyway. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. But the place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Ah, missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. Alright, well, we pretty much did everything we can in regards to Vitamin Square, the kitchen, and Tender Lender. Oh God, do you know how bad it would be? Imagine my luck if I selected Blue Screens Inc. right now and my computer suddenly decided blue screen. I would actually throw a massive fit and actually get so mad. I'm trying not to tempt fate, Fargo, but you never know with this computer. January 7th, Blue Screens Inc. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. It's a computer firm, Maya. They can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? Oh! Electronic waifu. Hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Oh wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Did she actually also light up in the original game too? Can I point you towards a non-spoiler Easter egg? Yeah, sure, by all means, Twy. Understood. Who is this woman? She's like a robot from some kind of whacked educational show. I have never heard it worded like that before. Just present the wrong evidence when you get a chance. Present the wrong evidence? Like wrong as in unrelated. Okay. My name is Lisa Basil. Lisa Basil. I'm trying to figure out the pun in that. Lisa Basil? I feel like liable? Oh, right, it is another palindrome. Oh, yeah. Why did that take me a moment to... Okay, I think the only reason I didn't realize it for her is because of the fact that Lisa and Basil are actual real names. Like, Glenn is a real name too, but Eleg is... LG. Yeah, LG is not a real last name. Unless it turns out to be a real last name, in which case I apologize to all LGs out there. I'm the company director. The director? She's human? She seems more like a ghost than... LG is an actual real name. Well, let me put it like this. It's not a common real name. And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glenn Elgig's? Elgig's? God, I can never figure out how to pronounce his last name. Oh, definitely. Standalone Complex is great. LG is Austrian / Nordic. So you just likely never encountered one. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, a lot of European people have ended up settling in the United States, so you never know. It's a soft G like LG? 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 LG. Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's HMD. Holomite programmers here at Blue Screens Inc. are supplied with HMDs. Then how do you write do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry. You actually love this character for some reason? Is it just the character's design, maybe? Held or Helga without an A? I can kind of see that. And then deliver optimum operating systems and source-level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. It doesn't matter. They analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software reproduces distribution on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. And no one uses CDs anymore. It is a small firm, but all my employees are first-class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now? I'm researching the impact of... Oh my god, I wasn't actually expecting... Okay. Low memory overhead is vitally important to the... Yes, that. I'm assuming that didn't actually matter. Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah. Offhand, why is the director of this company giving a tour of their company? Shouldn't they have, like, tour guides or something like that? Your blank smile just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. It's a really small firm? Okay, fair enough. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because... the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Inc. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one right in front of you. Wow, it really is a small firm if they literally only have 3 tables pushed up against one another. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. I guess there might be a clue somewhere here. And what do you mean we're allowed to take it? Shouldn't you be giving his valuables to his loved ones and family? I'm sure she has an office. No, I'm sure she has an office too. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes, huh? That would suggest that he's a pro at grammar. Then again, now that I think about it, is that what? Oh my god, I never thought about that before. Is that actually what programmer means? Pro at grammar because of computer grammar? Oh my god. But not at spelling. Well, no, not at spelling, but I'm thinking like computer language. Oh, so hey, Aggers, how you doing? Yeah, so horsey. And we will look at that momentarily. I guess I shouldn't be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I should become old Seedy's apprentice. I mean, if you want to be a burger flipper. Oh my god, I'm now imagining Maya as a burger flipper, and I'm thinking it might actually turn out correct. We are his loved ones and family. We love solving his murder, and we are solving a case at a restaurant. So when we're solving the case here, we're family. And remember, there's nothing more powerful in this world than family. What about your spirit medium training? Hey, look, Nick! It's a supercomputer! It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. Why does that sound like a line that Burmside once said to me? That explains why we don't use the office in our the computer in our office. Ha! Ha! Maya would rather be around Kudo than Armstrong. No, I feel that. She looked pretty happy being a maid, though. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. What? She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. What the heck is this? Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, they just look a bit twisted and warped, or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. It certainly looks like the inside of an iPad. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. Astrodamo? Is it actually? It helps to soothe and calm the soul. On second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. This really does look like a Mac OS was a room. Definitely can see that. I mean, look at this, like, what is this? Is this like just a giant air conditioner? An air vent? I have no idea what this thing is. It reminds me of like, what's that thing that's above stoves that collects all the smoke when you're cooking? Is it actually just an air vent? I don't know what to call it, but it reminds me of that. Whoa, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. Looks pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You think? Real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. He's trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. Please! Have you seen Phoenix's desk back at the office? It's spick and span. Hell, he basically doesn't even touch his desk and all his law books are collecting dust. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey! This calendar! What about it? If this is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd? That's the day Mr. L was murdered. Is there anything else? Yeah. It says, meet with the tiger. Huh. Difficult looking law books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. The tiger. Uh-huh. 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 Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? for betting on which horse will win a given race. The horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. These drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Horse racing betting tickets found in Glenn's desk. There's over 500 of them. This many tickets would get you, what, $1 down at the recycling center? I didn't know you were so hard up that you tried to profit from the dead, Nick. I'm just taking them as evidence, Maya. Are we allowed to bring, like, new evidence without presenting it to prosecutors? I'm 90% sure that's not allowed. Also, I just realized, is that a sleeping bag? Glenn's been living at the office, I see. Okay, well, it's Japan. That is true. I do remember Sakurai used to stay at the office because of his work at Smash. It's been allowed the whole series. True. So, can you tell us anything about Beast losing horse racing tickets? Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted desktop access password protected. Sparta. It's Sparta. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness! No, Maya, this is... I was really hoping he would say this is Sparta. God dang it. She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word? Sesame! If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. No, it's not always that. It's sometimes Swordfish, or your birthday, or your childhood pet. I feel like there's also another one. Elementary school class? Yeah, let's go with that. It's 0001 since she's number 1, right? Exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow! That's the same password as the one on my luggage. I've seen lots of old movies, Storm. There's no point in having a password. It's always the same thing, Maya. I guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glenn Eleg. What do you say? Okay, so Twi, just to confirm, was that the wrong evidence that you were talking about? Was that the Easter egg? Okay, just making sure. That Von Karma line about 001 actually scored you a point at throw. What? That's awesome, dude. What was the like? What? I mean, not password. What was the question exactly? Was it like who would? Well, incorrectly. Oh, indirectly. Okay. About Mr. Elgate. God, I can't say his name! He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. I know it's only 3 words, but there's multiple ways you can pronounce it. It can be like LG, Eleg, Elg, Eeg, Ilg, IG. I don't know. I'm just going to keep mispronouncing it because I'm an idiot. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. Wow. I guess this country really doesn't care about speaking ill of the dead. That's what got him into trouble. A big panel number 1 because of the quote and it happened to be a question you knew. Okay, oh, okay. I thought they actually asked you an Ace Attorney question because that'd been really funny.
What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would even say he was a genius. There was really no trouble at all. A model employee.
Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. We gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Ace Attorney questions didn't happen till later that year, you think? Could always answer to one of their questions. Ah! Oh, was it the what? Is it the who? The guessing the character question? Because that sounds like something they do.
About Mr. LG.
Mr. iPad! Was he in some kind of trouble?
I'm sorry, why would you think that?
I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. He's Mr. Dead now. You know what? Yeah, that's a good name too. LG's life good. 3 Psylocks?
I guess Mr. Dead is like every other person with his own pile of secrets.
So, how about you tell me about what kind of trouble Mr. Dead was in?
I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak with someone in customer support.
And this is what I mean. They totally have... They're definitely big enough to have customer service at the very least. What's she talking about? I guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Does Mr. Dead's trouble have something to do with this?
What is that?
A bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones.
With that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral.
Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? Customer service is outsourced to Asia, but we're in the... Okay, we're technically not in Asia, but you know what I mean. The victim, Mr. Glenn Death. He had a gambling habit, didn't he?
I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time.
Yeah, but not everyone buys this many tickets.
Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own.
You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Death's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery, horse racing, he bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. That's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? Maybe bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps? Can't picture Lisa or Basil at the races. I can kind of imagine her at the races, like if someone's like, okay, here's a bunch of money, please go buy me a lottery ticket. And then she's all like roboticized, all right. And then she just robotically walks out of the room.
You good people must not follow his example, do you understand?
Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any.
But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000?
Yeah, but...
It's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it?
It's true that Mr. Death won $500,000 in the end, but that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that.
Deep trouble? What do you mean?
Mr. Death's real problem was something or something more terrifying and ferocious. I'm just... How old are you? Wow! We don't even know how old Lisa is. Absolutely not a robot! Okay. Is there any cute fan art of Lisa Basil? Not for any bad reason. Okay, maybe for some bad reasons. Spiro Tigre, the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. Tender Lender? People with a business should think harder before naming their offices. Like you're one to talk! Well, what do you think? Our firm is doing very well at the moment. I don't think we need to borrow money. No. I mean about Mr. Death. You think Glenn had something to do with this Furio Tigre? Yes. I'm sorry, I don't know of any connection between the two of them. Sounds like they sell chicken tenders? Yeah, I agree. Really, because I got the proof that Mr. Man, I almost called him Mr. L. Tigre. That's an underrated Nickelodeon cartoon. If you guys haven't checked it out, watch it. It's a good one. It's actually created by the same guy who directed The Book of Life, which also was really good. Let's see. Where was it? I'm supposed to present. There we go. Furio Tigre, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elegy. Sure, why not Elegy? Met on the day of his murder. And the only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. His name is My Allergy. Not wrong. Mr. Elegy of Emptiness. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000. Ouch. Also relevant because... Yep, that's what I thought. Something tells me MC Bomber isn't actually a musical artist. I think it's actually a horse name. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy got lucky and won the lottery. But what if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't exactly easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to pay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. Well, what computer program is worth $100,000? Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. I'm so close to cracking her. The program in question, was it by chance this? Nope, damn it! Dang it! This is a very delicate matter. Without the necessary data, there's really no way I can access the information. I thought for sure it was going to be the CD. I know Mr. LG created some sort of program. You can't deny that if I show her the program itself as evidence. I don't have evidence, do I? Also, Storm, you don't need to tell me if I have it or not. I would have figured that out myself. So yeah, don't worry. So don't say so much, please. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate and gather some more clues before I try again. Well, there's not much else I can gather out of here, so I guess we're out of here. anything inside Tribulations I can do anything with, is there? Probably not. January 7th. Detention Center, Visitors Room. Oh, Mr. Wright! Hello, Maggie. So, they finished questioning you? Wasn't it just unbelievable in court today, sir? I'm going to stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Dude, do you even have access to your phone?
Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there.
Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. You get computer. Do you actually get? What? Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one.
Huh? What do you mean?
Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not with what I remember of the incident anyway. Oh my god, it's been a while since I did a dramatic song reading. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see now. The original Pokemon theme, eh? Alright. I don't think I've done this one yet, actually. Which is really surprising to me, considering how much I love Pokemon. So, I just want to tell you something. I want to be the very best. You know, like, no one ever was. It's, you know, you gotta catch them is my real test. But, you know, training them is my cause, even though how hard it is with EVs and IVs. As I travel across the land. Well, I didn't really play Pokemon Go, but I did search far and wide to teach Pokemon to, you know, casuals who don't understand. You know, there's a power that's inside. Okay, so let me break this down for you guys. Pokemon, you gotta catch them all. It's you and me. Please, gotta understand, it's my destiny. Pokemon, you guys are my best friends. Listen, with this world, we must defend. But by doing that, we gotta Pokemon catch them all. With a heart so true, our courage will pull us through. Listen, you can teach me and I'll teach you. But you gotta understand, Pokemon, we gotta catch them all. We gotta catch them all. But, like, you know, there's a lot of challenges along the way. But, you know, with courage, I will face. I will battle every day. You know, I gotta find my rightful place. So, everyone, come with me. The time is right. We are no better team. Arm in arm, we will play arms, and we will fight the dream. It's always been our dream. Listen, there's a lot of Pokemon out there. We gotta catch them all. You and me, I know it's my destiny. Oh, Pokemon, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Man, there are so many Pokemon. But you gotta catch them all with a heart so true. But it's okay. Our courage will pull us through. You teach me, I'll teach you. Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. And see. Your bearded dragon seems to be enjoying this. I hope they did. Is it possible she's the one remembering things? Usually doesn't care about stuff happening online or on TV. Listen, I'm just a very good motivational speaker, all right?
Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else...
What's yours is mine.
I'm speechless by that.
Like, thank you so much for 31 bits, dude. Appreciate it. They're supposed to be blown away by that kind of stuff, but he doesn't usually care usually. Thank you. Thank you. Provide testimony that doesn't match up with what you remember. Yep, there's just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee, and sure it was him. But did Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Huh. So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. Oh yeah, the MC Screwdriver album, right? It was MC Bomber Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. It's getting way too complicated for me. Really? This is probably one of the cleanest and most open cases I figured out so far. Like, this case is pretty easy in comparison to the previous stuff that I've done. You said that you passed out when the victim Glenn elegy collapsed, right? Yes, it's so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. In before No Lemon hasn't figured it out. The case literally opened, clearly showing Tigray dropping the stuff into the coffee. I'm pretty sure I know exactly who the murderer is. The underground ear medicine scene is just too stealthy. So, between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribune. No idea at all. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? It's Larry? Oh, shoot, you're right! I should have realized! Larry! Of course he butts his way into everything. Oh my god. What if Larry is like the Jar Jar Binks is the Sith Lord theory kind of thing? Where it's like, oh, it turns out Larry is the secret mastermind that's behind the dark underworld of the law. He's the one who's been murdering everyone to make it seem like they were, like, and framing everyone. Making everyone think, oh, hey, I was the one who murdered someone. But Larry was manipulating everything behind the scenes and having everyone think, it's just Larry. He's a colossal idiot. It couldn't possibly be him. I love those dark internet theories of the mid-2000s, everyone. Or, you know, Game Explain. The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go to call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. But after Larry kills everyone, it was just a coma all along. You see, Phoenix, after he got electrocuted by Von Karma, he entered a coma, and because Edgeworth didn't have a defense attorney anymore, he had to hire someone else to defend him. And do you know who he turns to? Larry Butts. So Larry becomes Miles's defense attorney in case 1-4, but because it's Larry, he fails to defend Edgeworth, so he gets pronounced guilty, And Von Karma maintains his perfect streak. Even though technically his perfect streak got ruined by Edgeworth's dad, but we're going to ignore that part. Harry being a secret villain will make his character 100 times more interesting. I would definitely like it more. Remember the one about Angelica and the Rugrats? I actually don't know that one. Okay, who's the one in the coma? Is Angelica the one in the coma, or is someone else the one in the coma? His perfect record withstood Gregory Edgeworth. Oh, did it? I could have sworn that he got a. I thought he had a hit. It's been a while since I played the game, so I forget. Only got him a penalty. That's what it was. Everyone else is dead in the Angelica theory. Oh, okay. Got it. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No! You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in all of this. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that feeds it. I'm gonna save that for another day, thank you. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. I don't know. The things that old man says doesn't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old Seedy. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been in a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. Really wish they wouldn't call him Old Seat. I just realized the implications of that, actually. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Is there anything about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say it was an old man. Okay then, how about calling out him a really old middle-aged man? Or octogenarian? No, age isn't in the issue. The other customer was a woman. Uh-huh. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. And she had a kind of cackling laugh. Creepy? Cackling? Why do I get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently? Also, okay. So obviously, all this stuff is stuff in the court record. We have this evidence in our pocket for some of these. How did we get a picture of Violetta, and how are we going to present this to her? I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help. What do you mean you can't use your connections to help me? You literally just brought up the woman! All I can tell you about this info about ex-cons or the clientele of Trey Bien, sir. Literally what I'm trying to ask you, Bird. Literally what I'm trying to ask you. Sometimes the court record contains notes about the evidence. Oh. That's fair.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie.
Well, I don't know if we're going to get any more info out of her in regards to that. Because, like, it wasn't Lisa, was it? Okay, it's not Lisa. I figured as such. Can't use connections show or give you evidence, but she can tell you what she knows off the top of her head. She literally brought up the woman! Cackling and creepy. The case happened a month ago. You know, you say that it happened a month ago, but you would think that she'd still remember all the details considering, you know, she's in jail. If I was in jail, I'd try to remember all the details of what landed me there. Can you at least tell us about this apron?
Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them.
The ketchup splash, you mean?
My whole face was fire engine red thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how... The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold.
Well... Violetta may have made an impression, but she might have not remembered her face. After all, there was no murder yet when they could have interacted. That's true. If it has a spoiler or a hint, I don't really want to hear it, Storm. Eggs with ketchup can taste good. I prefer just salt on my eggs, though. You hate eggs, period? How dare you? Get out of this chat. Any egg hater is not welcome around here. But yeah, no. I actually know people who don't like fish and eggs, so it's perfectly fine. Wow, even my own mods would betray me like this. Everyone betray me. I'm alone in this world. Doesn't look like I'm going to get any info out of that. Oh yeah, right, I forgot to present this. Oh, I'm sorry, Gumshoe, I completely forgot about this. Here you go. Oh yeah, I got something you're going to love. Really? What is it? A lunchbox, just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies, too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else would make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe? He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this, too. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow, when an ex-cop turns waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Saving that for later. Okay, so if she hates weenies, does that mean she likes clams?
Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Right. But...
She's right. It's better than letting it go to waste.
But... I guess so.
I'm so sad for Gumshoe. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with Maya. I'm so sad.
Well, how was it?
That hit the spot. I love Wheaties. And I'm saving that.
Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir.
We literally ate it in front of her face, too. That's so bad. I'm sure Miles is pretty happy to hear that Phoenix loves weenies. Edgeworth just sneezed, pretty much. Hey, a quick sec, guys. I'm going to do something real quick. Okay, there we go. That should work. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Not relevant. Did you happen to see this around any time, Maggie? No, useless. John's loan contract. Do you know about this? No, nothing. Victor's testimony. Thoughts on that? I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict. Oh no, this is just more related stuff to Victor. Glenn's autopsy, unrelated, floor plans. Can you tell us anything about this? Nothing. Crime photo. Maybe? Nothing.
That's the cup I took over to the table, sir. But I didn't put anything in it. I could never do something like that. That's right. You could never do anything like that. I'm not good at carrying those large trays, you know. Trying to balance a tray with one hand and put something in the coffee with the other? That's just me asking for trouble. I dropped something for sure. That's right. Did she expect me to claim she's too clumsy to have committed the crime? I mean, is that legally allowed? They carried it around all day. They could have waited to have gone back to the office. True. Have you seen the victim's lottery ticket? Probably not. It can't be. Shucks. I mean, if a person is historically known to be clumsy, like okay, let me give you a court case. Let's say that there was a court case where Shaggy would have had to have murdered someone after not eating for a whole day. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo has not eaten anything for a whole day. Shaggy would totally have eaten something during that whole day. Are you telling me that Shaggy from Scooby-Doo murdered someone and not went to get food for himself? I'm just saying. That is a character trait. Or is that like clumsy is too subjective? That is true. But I'm just saying, like, there should be like character witnesses who was like, oh yes, I remember Maggie. She always spilled her tea every time she tried to walk across the room. If there's any sort of medical evidence rather than just colloquial to clumsy, sure, you could swing it.
Character evidence is also a thing, but in limited scenarios. Fair enough. Thoughts on your fingerprints on this?
Potassium cyanide? I've never heard of that poison before in my life, sir. Okay, maybe I have. But I've never seen it before. That's the truth. I wouldn't even know where the nearest potassium cyanide dealer is in the first place. Potassium cyanide dealers? Sounds like another group of drug pushers to avoid.
In any case, this definitely isn't something you can pick up just anywhere.
Oh! Curse my rotten luck! The criminal must have stuck the bottle in my apron while I was unconscious.
Again, how are you able to wear an apron if we clearly have the stained apron in front of us? Thoughts on this, maybe? No. Repair bill. Unrelated. 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 I don't know. Maybe I can show her the matchbook. It's probably not going to do anything. Yeah, the only thing left I have to present are people themselves. Can you tell us about the victim?
Ah, that's a victim, isn't it?
The day that was the first time you've ever seen this man, right?
Yes, I never met or seen him before then. I just happened to be the waitress who served him his coffee, sir, that's all.
Also, is she wearing an apron right now? Yes, she clearly is wearing an apron. It seems he was a computer programmer. Yeah, see? Yeah. See this frill? Yeah, that's only an apron. Even matches up with the apron that's shown in the court record. It's too low for an apron? There's plenty of low-cut aprons. I've seen plenty of low-cut aprons. Typically, you swap out the apron if it gets a stain on it. Yeah, but wasn't she passed out when that happened? Like, she was passed out and immediately arrested by the police when she woke up. She wouldn't have time to have swapped out her apron.
I don't know any computer programs.
Does she mean programmers? Thoughts on Victor Kudo? Nothing. I think I already presented him before, actually. Let's see. What else is there? How do you feel about Gumshoe, Maggie?
Back when I was an officer, Detective Gumshoe always looked out for me. But today I was the one who had to look out for him, trying to incriminate me the whole time.
Got to remember, Maggie, Gumshoe's a detective. He's got a job to do.
My old boss. Thought at least he'd be on my side. He is on your side. He'd do anything. You can't fool me. I saw him in court today. I felt like a poor little baby woodpecker being pecked on the head by its own mother.
Maggie has some very interesting similes, I gotta say. You didn't even accept the apology, wieners. Gumshoe's testimony was pretty solid. No wonder it hurt her so much.
I hate him, sir. I mean it. I don't ever want to see him again.
Meanwhile, Gumshoe is just randomly crying his eyes out. Honestly, the reason she's mad at Gumshoe really just can't see it from her perspective. Ouch. I think I just saw Gumshoe's chances go down in flames like the Hindenburg. No one tell Neo King. No one tell Neo King.
I don't think it's getting through to her that he really wants to was trying to help. Holy smokes, that's him! You're phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan.
For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how.
He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's where he got the tan.
I'm not hearing this.
Mr. Armstrong was very good to me after I was fired from the force. I can't believe someone as nice as him would have anything to do with this.
Well, in the time between the victim being poisoned and the police being called, the only person who was on the scene and had a chance to do anything was Mr. Armstrong. There was no one else there.
Mr. Armstrong wouldn't set me up, would he?
I'm still getting nothing out of you. I got nothing else to present. We're out of here. I thought we could get more info, but nothing. Actually, nothing. All right, let's see if we can get anything from Criminal Affairs. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't a press conference set up yet? The superintendent's here already.
Hi, Super Nintendo Chalmers.
Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I already told you to stop using your computer, Chief. I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. You did everything required with Maggie really fast? I thought there might be more stuff out of her. When in doubt, always go for the obvious joke is what I say, guys. Well, Detective Gumshoe, I made it. Despite your directions. It's going to have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. Ah, don't throw my switch. Oh no, my switch. Ah! Don't actually turn that off. I think that actually breaks my capture card. No, just when some young guy was about... Some young guy was about to confess to his son's not-to-trot girlfriend.
Wow, this place is really buzzing.
Something must be going down. Something really big. Huh? What are you doing here, pal?
Detective Gumshoe!
You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got big problems here today.
Why? What's going on?
Ah, Miss Edgeworth, I hope you're ready for an unforgettable luncheon, pal. Yes. Ah, egads! My roast is ruined! Les, if I were to disguise fast food as my own cooking. Oh ho ho, delightfully devilish, Gumshoe. Ah! It's a virus! A virus! A virus. A virus. I know steamed hams by heart, but I don't know the theme song. The theme song is the part that I always forget. There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. But I really need to ask you some questions. Okay, I'm only going to say this once, so listen up. Yes! No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
I agree. If you got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
This is such a mood for me, you guys have no idea.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information. Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems they ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts.
Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady. All right, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady?
Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick?
We better find out what the story is with this lady. Also, what's up with your computer viruses?
So, what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know. Gumshoe. You're 32. And this takes place in 2018? I feel like even 32-year-olds at 2018 knows how to use a computer.
What?
Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? And here I thought that... Well, to be fair, I don't think Gumshoe can afford a computer. You don't think there are people from our generation who don't know computers? You know what? Touche. But also, Gumshoe probably can't afford one. A Chromebook, maybe. And here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. You're applying 2018 standards to a 2004 game, though? I mean, yeah, if we look at things from an outsider's perspective. But from the in-universe perspective, this is supposed to be 2018. Where are my flying cars, dang it? Where's Jaws 14? Where's my self-lacing shoes? What's with that face, pal? I think you know what a virus is.
Well, Nick, do you?
A computer virus? Sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course.
Really? Wow. You know everything, Professor Nick.
Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr.
Here comes the pain!
Hey, Alive, we're learning about computer viruses. Hard time snowplow. How was Pokemon Snap? I think you also said you were also going to do a little bit of art? Unless that didn't pan out or whatever. But hey, everyone. How was the live stream? We're just currently going through case 3 of Ace Attorney right now. So, you know, if you want to avoid spoilers, I would suggest you head out. But if you guys decide to stick around, hi. I'm Limit. Blind variety streamer. All around cool person. At least I try to anyway. Pokemon Snap was fun, and then you switched halfway through for art. I figured as such. Oh hey, now we're doing a dramatic song reading. Battle Be... What is this? What the heck is Battle Be... What the heck is Battle Be Damon? Okay, everyone from the live raid, y'all are going to experience one of my dramatic song readings. Start working on the Pokemon DTIY from the Twitter. Piplup. Nice! Oh, what kind of snack does Piplup have? You're a double agent, not surprised. All right, everyone, are you ready? We gotta set things up. But the fire! Listen, in ancient times, there was a challenge that was made. A sport of honor so many have played. All through all the highs and lows. Of victory or disaster. Guys, only the best can be called, but the champion! But the fire! Get ready! Okay, here we go now, guys. Take down your foes. You guys have... Listen, I believe in all of you. You got the skill to decide. Come on! But the fire! It's a tournament of champions. It's a battle for the crown. So, listen, everyone suit up in armor and let's lay the challenge down. We gotta lay that challenge down and get ready. Y'all get into position. Not that position. Get out of that position. I didn't approve of this. There are children watching. Prepare for competition. Destroy the opposition. But damn! It's time to battle. Since the time began. Only the most skilled can be called masters of Badamanan. But the fire! Thank you, Burmsai. Had food with a side of macarons. May you post the tweet from official Pokemon? Oh, by all means, alive. I have no idea what that song is, guys. Burmside throws in really obscure stuff to me sometimes.
Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright?
I feel like this wasn't Dr. Wright like the guy who was in charge of SimCity on SNES? Let me take a look at this tweet. Oh my god. Oh my god. And you decide to do your own version of that, I assume. Okay. So you're trying that? Gotcha. He also showed up in Link's Awakening too. Oh yeah, like everybody showed up in Link's Awakening. Why do I get the feeling they're making fun of me? Okay, fine, I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. So we're basically explaining computer viruses to these idiots. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean like it makes a machine go boom and explode? What is this, the 80s? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored in your PCs here at the station. A virus could wipe out all that. That's that kind of damage I'm talking about.
Whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious.
Infectious?
Most computers are connected together on a network, right? The virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps spreading faster and faster. Imagining a version of that CSI bit from John Mulaney, except it's Gumshoe listing off sensationalized versions of computer viruses. I can't imagine that. It was like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah! It takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal? No, people don't infect their own machines. Send the virus to someone else's.
What? That's horrible.
Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing at Mr. Godozzi and catches a cold.
Right, but he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick.
Got it, guys. We're going to go sneeze on Godot. Let's go.
You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
Achoo. Achoo. Gesundheit. I cracked myself up. Who? What? Where? When? And why did the conversation jump into talk about me? Okay, we always go about why did the conversation, but we never did how did the conversation. Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kinda feel like I've heard the name of the virus we caught somewhere before. Name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too. So, I forget what I needed to talk to you about, actually. So, tell us about Maggie. Maggie's probably crying all alone right now, huh?
Yeah, thanks to you.
Maya, please. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Maya, don't torch poor Gumshoe's feelings like they're cups of cheap creme brulee.
You're really crazy about Maggie, aren't you?
Did I give Maggie the weenies? Yeah, but she prefers clams. No, it's not that I don't have to hide it, Gumshoe. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, you're way too plain looking for Maggie, right?
I'd arrest you right now if you weren't so right. Aww. You got any info on Lisa Basil out of curiosity? That lady's the boss of Blue Screens Inc., pal. Yeah, I figured she's clean. She's got nothing to hide. She seems kind of like a doll to me. In a good way. And a bad way. Kinda makes you think she might be hiding something. Oh, this guy. The tiger.
Is he famous?
Yeah, this guy's not a loan shark, you know. Nope. He's a big lone cat. Hence the name. Don't pay him back and you'd better say your prayers because he'll eat you alive.
You're shaking, detective.
Like a leaf. I'm just, you know, kinda on the edge at the moment. If you know what I mean. You have any info on this chick, maybe? That's the girl who works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
That should be the least of your worries, pal. What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse? Her name's Viola Cadaverini. Wait a second. Oh, so yes, I already laughed about her name being Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini. Why does he look like a Fate Stay Night character?
Bruto Cadaverini? You know who that is, Nick?
Never heard of him. Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family.
The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police. But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you? No, I don't even remember ever saying I was going to. I better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? Bunch of scary people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared? What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. Can't touch them. They got too much moolah. Moolah? As in... They pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market. Black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. And I mean no one. Interesting.
So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then?
Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. She means everything to him.
So, how did she end up at Tender Lender?
I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss of Tender Lender are pretty tight.
Tight?
That's what I said in a file I read related to Maggie's case.
Sounds like a pretty important clue.
All right. Let's see now. What other info can I get out of you? Probably not much else, actually. Unless I can get some info out of maybe the CD. Detective Gumshoe, about this. Nope, nothing. Dang it. Wait! Ah, shoot! I mashed to it too quickly! There was actually something related to that. Hang on. Let me resend that again. There was actually new info in there. I assumed that it wasn't relevant. Whoops. Yeah, he didn't have any new talking points alive. Well, now he does, but that's because I was smashing through this important bit here. I thought it wasn't anything related. What? I'm trying to concentrate on Maggie and the virus right now, so Ah! This is it! This stupid name! I remember now! I thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on? It's okay, Maya. You don't have to cry about it. The name scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus! MC Bomber! I figured. What? Yeah, the virus has just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's MC Bomber. Can you give us any more details, please? We already knew about the MC Bomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head of honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if their demands weren't met. Who are they? Oh no, some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh? Yeah, it's in every computer in every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts! They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival. But is it a big top carnival? All this stuff with criminals and viruses. It almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie. Considering the actual live-action Phoenix Wright movie, that is a bit of a sci-fi movie. Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. Focus right now is on tracing the route of this virus on the black market. You mean someone put this virus up for sale? Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating his price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal. In the millions? A virus can be worth that much? I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How'd everything go? I'm just gonna enjoy this music as I go take care of something real quick. I'll be right back. And I returned. Oh yeah, exactly, yeah, Aggers. It tasted wonderful. Lunchbox? You remember the weenies? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, those weenies. I'm sure Phoenix prefers Miles' weenies. So, how did my weenie say? I didn't mean to save that as a video. I meant to just save an image, but whatever. Take it.
Well, it was delicious.
Yeah, that's what she said? Really?
Well, not exact.
Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared.
Prepared? What do you mean?
I made a jumbo lunchbox.
Oh!
Do me a favor again, huh, pal, and deliver this? This sure is a heavy burden in more ways than one. Everybody, y'all want some gumshoe sausages? I can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkle with joy when you bring her that.
Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all these too.
A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies.
I really can't eat anymore.
When Maya is full, that really means you overprepared. And we can't even deliver it to her because she's put back in the detention center. Okay. We just had lunchbox, sure, but what about second lunchbox? Alright, I think we're good enough to actually start doing this again. Okay, we broke through the first two locks the first time through. We just need to break this third lock now. Okay, I'm just going to skip to the actual lock break because we did the first two already. I'm trying my best to not hit B too many times because I'm pretty sure that will actually close out if I accidentally do. Yeah, he liked gambling. His real plan was someone or something more terrifying or ferocious, aka wait a second, how old are you? How the hell do we know how old Bruno Cadaverini is? How the heck do we know how old this guy is? We literally just got introduced to him. Are you telling me we got the profile from the police? Is that okay? Okay, wait a second. So they have info on Bruno Cadaverini, but they have no... Okay, I was about to say, if we didn't know how old Viola is... Wait a second. Wait a second, did they change her name? I thought her name was Violetta. Like V-I-O-L-E-T-T-A? Or was that a nickname? Violetta is a nickname. It was Violetta earlier, so Violetta is a nickname. Okay. So her actual name is Viola. Got it. Also, we also found out how old she is now. Alright, cool. Still have no idea how old Lisa Basil is, though. Ah, well. Ah, shoot, I mashed out! Oh my god, now we have to do it all over again, don't we? We have to do it all over again. This is what happens when you press one too many B buttons. Phoenix is not a nickname. Nick is a nickname, isn't it? I thought Phoenix was his actual name. God damn it, I walked into that one. God damn it, I walked into that one. I'm so mad. Y'all are banned. Get out of this chat. Okay, I got proof that Mr. Death, and T. Gray know each other. Where is that? There we go. Okay, now the actual program. Let's go. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. MC Bomber. No! Yay! Health restore. Len's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Len was in too deep. We're in too deep and I forget the rest of the lyrics of this song. You mean he was in debt?
Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work. Something a bit risky.
Risky? Of the boots variety?
Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations.
Where do you come up with these ideas?
So it's safe to say Mr. LG was the creator of this virus, huh? The MC Bomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius. In a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market.
Inconceivable! Gumshoe was right for a change!
This date, December 3rd, this was marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts.
Potentially worth millions of dollars. I guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Losing horse racing tickets, throw them back on the floor!
Use a trash can, Nick!
Well, I guess that's all we got out of this. Not much else to say, is there? We're probably not going to get any info out of you in regards to this person, will we? Nope. Just more Sparta jokes? January 7th, 20XS. Gumshoe was right. You fell for the nickname joke too? Believe me, I can't believe I fell for that. That was such an obvious joke and I just, Alright, we're done here. Let's see, where to next? Maybe you're out of detention. Nope. Anything at Vitamin Square? No. Alright. Well, the only thing really left to do is interview Viola, so... Hey, girl! How about you tell us about your life story, will ya? God, there's a lot of locks we gotta break through, though. That being said, though, before we get started, Bermsai, quick question for you. Do we have enough evidence? Or do I need to search around a little bit more? I have enough? Cool. You said that bandage around your head was from an operation? You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Did the injury in question have something to do with this? Wild guess, I'm gonna assume it involves the car repair, maybe? I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill was made out to the Cadaverinis? Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Something tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. The paper badge, obviously. You know what? You're right. We do need to prove this. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. You both like to pretend to be attorneys. So, what do you have to say for yourself? Pretzels, for you. Huh? Don't worry about the little white specks on the surface. That evidence is paper thin. No thanks. My evidence was still half-baked. The mobile version of this has an achievement for presenting wrong evidence exactly here. Really? What was the achievement called? Your relationship with Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is why. Okay. Can I just present her profile? Like, asking Burmside, should I? Actually, no, I don't. You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to do it. I have plenty of routes. Yeah, there we are. It's fine. I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? Viola and Bruto would have counted for that. That's what I thought. No worries, Alive. Go get food.
It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family cars when someone pulled out in front of me.
Oh! Oh! Oh.
It was a motorbike. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... I took a blow to the head. A bad one.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So what happened to the person on the bike?
I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right?
I don't know what happened to them.
Alive's going for those pretzels? No! Alive, don't eat the pretzels!
They ran away, or so I heard.
Ran away?
If they'd stayed, I'd have... Is it possible? Could the person who committed the hit and run have been...
It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident.
It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided. The motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre wasn't injured at all, is he?
It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash. I can feel it. Plus, one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini, but I have proof that the tiger was involved in the traffic accident on his bike. Ah, wrong button! Boiled eggs! This is what happens when you mash buttons too hard, guys. It's not exactly a motorbike, but... Mr. Tigre rides around on a scooter, doesn't he? And you'll notice that the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini... her name is hard to read sometimes. Miss Cadaverini. You know the truth, don't you? This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they?
It's possible. Perhaps. Somewhere inside me, I know that may be true.
I knew it.
But Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive.
How much are we talking?
Very, very, very expensive. As much as a broken grill.
You broke my granddaughter? You broke my granddaughter! He seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right?
After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him.
Really? But do you honestly believe that to be true? Do you want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you are his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation costs, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Oh. You know, I just want to say right now, seeing the health bar restore back wasn't satisfying at all because a lot of those were misinputs. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure.
Oh, really?
Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too long.
They said the operation cost $1 million. $1 million bucks?
You know what I'd do with $1 million? Probably pay off all my debts. That'd be nice.
My grandfather ordered Don Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh?
Rather, condensation. It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. Man, everybody owes money to everybody in this case. With $1 million, you pay off all your debts and buy a small coffee. Just barely have enough for that small coffee, Aggers. Perfect. But, yeah, mood. This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow.
I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my grandfather being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather.
This is actually really sweet and cute, and I'm sad. I feel bad for her. Legitimately. Even though she keeps on hinting that she's trying to poison us. Ah! Ah! Oh! Oh no! Oh my god, I'm so sad! I'm sorry, seeing cute girls cry make me sad. I'm sorry, I have a weakness, and its name is cute girls.
But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow. I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money it was evil.
I mean, you come from a crime family, so, you know, don't call the pot kettle black or whatever the expression is.
He said it was all for me, so I helped him.
You helped him?
In what way? Here, take these.
What are these? Medical papers?
I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse.
Uh-huh. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year.
Wow. I feel so bad for Viola.
Just because you come from a mob family doesn't mean you support the family business. That is true. So clearly this is America. Yeah, only in America can medical bills go up to $1 million. Free healthcare, please. It's inexcusable! Huh? There are two things I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Considering what happened in the first case of this game. Yeah. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics.
Is everything alright, Nick?
We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso.
Yeah.
I won't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. Hair bill thrown into the trash. Why are we throwing that into the trash? When T-Grape find that in garbage, like, hey, who the heck threw away my repair bill? That right guy. And then he's going to come and try to kill us in our sleep. Okay, what else is there to do? Oh, something over at Tribulations, okay. Oh, bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to you fellas. Ah, it's Zine E-Hop. Who are you calling Zine Oopie? Ah!
I'm out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hands it over. What? You still want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers, now! How'd you find out about that? Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you. Forget about it. That girl's dumber than an eggplant. Okay, fuck this guy. I'm mad now. Fuck this dude. You just wanna know what's sad? I'll tell you what's sad. It ain't only her face. She thinks she got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad. Zero remorse. I can't let you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off. Are you crazy or something? I don't care you want to give it to me or not. There's two of us here. Got that? Two. We. Mr. Armstrong! Forgive me. I cannot argue with him. Ugh, that really hurt. Is that all you've got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait! Don't take it too hard. Phoenix, right? That was so stupid. I should have let my guard down. Those medical papers were vital evidence. You know, I just want to say right now. Wait, what? Yo! Ah! Oh my God, Gumshoe! Oh my God, he's a real hero! Oh my God! Ah! Don't tell him we ate the weenies. Detective! You think you gotta stop me, copper? Beat it! Yeah! Whoa! Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. Gumshoe, kick his ass. Book his ass. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go on, Belle, and take this. Gumshoe, the real hero. Oh my God. If you get hurt, who's going to look at? Ah! Gumshoe! You are actually the fucking best! Oh my God! I love you! All right. Thanks, Gumshoe. Ah! Gumshoe's such a good dude! He deserves the world!
Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind!
I'll get even with that guy tomorrow. In court! Tender Lender is going down. You guys have no idea. I legitimately thought Phoenix was an idiot again. And to be fair, he kind of was for a moment. Because, like, I remember back in the first game, I kept on saying, Phoenix, why the hell are you holding up evidence to people who clearly did illegal acts? Why? You don't think they're going to try to take the evidence from you? And they did! And that always pissed me off about the first game. And the fact you don't... I'm just... Yeah, like, you were forced to show it to Karma because that's the way it went out. I'm just... But Phoenix didn't show it. They just beat it up knowing he had it. Yeah, that is true. In this situation... Yeah, that is true. Phoenix didn't show it in this situation. That is true. Phoenix did learn this time. That is true. You guys are right. No, exactly. I hate it whenever the game forces me to do something that I know is a bad idea. I agree. All right. We got an hour left. Let's resolve this case. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Wright. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. So is that weenies? Good morning, Maggie.
I really hope those weenies in our court record isn't stale by now.
So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery.
That's true. We still haven't solved a single part of it yet.
Are you okay, Nick?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes.
No, that wasn't doubt. That was, determination. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? Note to self. Add the first 4 notes of Megalovania into my soundboard.
Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. You better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you.
Hey, pal! Hey, Detective Gumshoe! Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that.
How did you know she was stressed?
I was watching through the doorway. Oh. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Yo, we finally got that, thing back.
Huh? Have you taken up the aromatherapy too?
Not a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. No, I still remember. That's probably the poison, bottle, right? Come to think of it, that doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is a small bottle that turned up in Tracebian's kitchen a couple of days ago.
Wow, look at
Blah, blah, blah. We're going to skip the flashback. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab.
So, what is it? Is it the poison?
I'm afraid not. Oh, really? Oh, color me surprised about that one. It's... Oh! Wait! Then... Huh. Huh. Have confidence, pal. No confidence, pal.
Medication?
Yeah, for ears. Topical use only, apparently. Gee, I wonder what that relates to. Ears, you mean? Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Ileg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Deaf's eardrum medication doing in the kitchen? Okay. So, what about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... that's going to weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today, got it? I feel like I can make a joke about that, but I won't. Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. That's right. Because you're actually Phoenix wrong. Or Ryusei Honji. Ah, man, I can't remember Phoenix's Japanese name. Ryu something. It's ZD-Hop. In hindsight, it seems we should have you go longer on the investigation. It probably should. Oh, well, it's fine. Ryuchi, that's what it was. Whatever, we can finish this quickly enough. If not, I have a good raid target in mind. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ah, first coffee in the stream. Just took us, what, 2.5 hours? Soka Naruhondo name. I don't understand the reference behind it. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good, then we shall get underway at once. Yesterday, we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed the defendant putting a powder in the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. A mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank from it with his right hand. Naruhondo is I understand, Suka, is that so? That's funny. I at least would say try and do this whole blah 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 stop. I'm not. No, I think I can force through most of this anyway. It's fine. Oh no, there's plenty of YouTube videos of real lawyer reacts to Ace Attorney. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Godot. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to a radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear.
It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick?
Ah, allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. God, I love this saxophone. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. Around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. You've lost me already, Mr. Godot. Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. I don't disagree with that. Godot's a cool prosecutor. I love this guy. Are you implying that you have resolved these contradictions? You know the answer to... Oh, that's Digit. You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Godot is slowly becoming one of my favorite characters, I'll say that much. Very well, let the first witness take the stand. And you are... Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am John Armstrong, the owner and head chef at Tribulations Restaurant Enchanté. Forgive me for asking, witness, but are you a woman? Oh, God. Just grit, just grit, just grit, just grit, just grit. Ooh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I'm a pert and perky gentleman, non? On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? No, Edgeworth is definitely probably the most normal. With you, monsieur. Everything feels right. Yeah, I'm gonna need another coffee too, Godot. Judge is just verifying correct pronouns. That is true. Everyone, always make sure you use right pronouns for everyone. Respect it. Wow, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well, your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations. We volunteer it? French. What did all happen? There were just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new article that day. I like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. Perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Look up, the earpiece and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, non? You know, I could have dealt with him being a stereotype, but the thing that bugs me more about him is the fact that he was also a dirty coward and allowed us to get beat up for evidence. I hate him. Mirror? Oui, un grand mirror, la most enormous mirror. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck? It's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Okay, happened, there were 2 customers in my restaurant. And who were the 2 customers exactly? Base, of course, la young man who died. And la not so young man. You are referring to yesterday's witness, I presume? What about the other man Maggie said she saw at the restaurant? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. Limit, am I insane at hearing the game twice in some... What? Oh, shoot! You're, hang on. Is it playing a split second right now? It should be fine now, right? How's that? You have to hear the game more, but ideally should be okay. We'll see from here, I guess. Okay. You were experimenting with Art Deco. How come I never heard about that before today? You are not familiar with the language of interior design, monsieur. It's in sync for you? Okay. And just to make sure everything is in sync, is my audio in sync? Right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left? Okay, I just want to make sure because, like, my mic can sometimes Okay, good. Okay, just making sure. Please stay on topic. Now, why didn't you tell the court about this before? But I did, just a few moments ago.
Excuse me, Mr. Armstrong. This deco you mentioned, are you referring to some sort of decoture?
No, Art Deco, it is a style of design, Your Honor. It's talking about interior design, walls, ceilings, carpets, that kind of thing.
Ah, yes, of course, that deco.
Left, right, up, left, left. I forgot the Konami code. Whoops. I was trying to achieve a la more feminine look for my restaurant. I was planning the most bold remodeling of le decor. Like having a large mirror between the tables, for example. How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Oof, something about 4 meters wide and, about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about 1 yard... Holy glass in a frame, that's huge! I was intending to install it in the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. Why, no, I decided not to go through with it in the end. What should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Sure. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But... You didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. Is that actually a thing? Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing in law. What? A mirror was delivered to Trey Bien the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Trey Bien, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Huh. If you want to doubt someone, Trite, look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough.
So the witness yesterday has seen a victim reflected in a mirror.
Wait, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. Normally, I expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally? How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite. Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it is impossible? Is that it? Where does that leave the porky-head-lid lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? Oh wait, that's Godot. And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here! I'm at trial part. Hopefully I can complete this before the end of the stream. Well, Trite! Ah! Not the hair! Not that it matters, because I'm probably going to have to go overtime considering trials usually go a long time anyway. I do not have a top knot. How far in am I? First cross-examination, technically.
Mr. Godot is correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument.
Yeah, logic is one a day. La couple earpiece and la glasses. He would have seen everything zing in reverse, non? Everything? He would have seen everything in reverse. Whee!
Hey, Nick, we should take a second think about what old CD said in his testimony. How do you phrase it again? That boy was wearing the earpiece at the same side as green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. And then he used the same hand to pick up the coffee cup, his left hand. If he saw everything he described reflected in a mirror, then everything he said he saw on the left side was actually on the right, huh?
Which is very obviously wrong considering his eyepiece.
And that clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess.
Or does it? Huh. It's kind of hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but...
You think old CD saw everything through a reflection?
If he did, it would explain out the contradiction in his testimony. Uh-huh.
But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper.
La earpiece and la glasses. Well, the problem is, do I have a photo that shows his earpiece was to the left? Well, not the earpiece, but the glasses was to the left. I guess that counts. Also, Storm, that was a rhetorical question. Legitimately, please, like, I might actually have to time you out if you keep on giving me hints like that. Well, not hints, but just, like, talking about it like that. Legitimately, that I should be able to figure it out myself. That was me talking okay, unless I'm going to have to create a command for this, but legitimately, everything I ask will always be rhetorical unless I directly say, hey, chat, or hey, mods. No matter what, everything is rhetorical. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong, but it was his left ear without a doubt. So, to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now, if Mr. Kudo saw that as a reflection in a mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement. You see, Monsieur, now that you think about it, it's not so hard, non? Unfortunately, that's where we run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. If Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror, why was it that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head?
Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct! If the witness genuinely observed a victim reflected in a mirror, then we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Coffee number 2. 15 more cups to go. How bitter. Right, you should have a taste of this bitterness. Calm you down in no time. Are we talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks.
How he thinks?
You remember this, I presume. I broke the vase. Sorry, apology. I mean, Mr. Kudo swore in that testimony? Let's talk about weenies. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression something makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. Eleg?
Clearly, it's the victim's eyepiece.
And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. Eleg's HMD made a big impression on the old man. Wow, copy 3 in a single statement? Okay. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh, yes, they were both on his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well, trite. Ugh. That's the worst, but best impression of Kudo ever.
Wow, I really thought he was old Seedy for a minute there. Kudo's good.
Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly trash in much of his testimony.
Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found was just a rash.
A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears.
Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably?
Imagine if we actually pressed that.
Seeds versus a mirror.
You'd watch it. Okay, here's the question. Would it be a magic mirror where the seeds go right through the mirror? Now that'd be awesome.
La mirror. It was in the middle of the restaurant, dividing the two halves. Where is only one seat from which you could have seen an image of the victim. That was the seat, the table next to the victims. That was where the owner was sitting. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way.
Press it, I dare.
Very well. But naturally, I do not touch anything.
I see no problem with the explanation we just heard. From the table next to the victim, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror.
What a naughty little coquet I am, confusing us men like this.
I want to slap him. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there. Ugh. I hate that guy.
You said you didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that?
Volunteers, of course.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please.
What? I can't even press the stupid is everyone comfortable? Rude. Whatever.
So run this by me again. The mirror was here, correct?
We? Really?
Because I know if I were you, I wouldn't have put a mirror there. It'd be in the way.
Objection.
As long as everyone in chat is comfy, that's good. Look who's talking, trite. Huh? You're obstructing my view, among other things.
But, this is my seat in the courtroom.
Fabian's charm is that it gives you the impression that you're the only customer. Temporarily placing a mirror in that spot would hardly be in the way. Good night, Storm. Unlike you, trite.
I tell you, Monsieur, the mirror was there in the middle of the restaurant.
There's only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim.
And where would that be? Ooh la la, look how you lean towards me. I always attract the younger boys. Maybe I should keep you in suspense a little longer.
You'd find it pretty awkward if you're only one in a restaurant?
Yeah,
I definitely would feel that, Aggers.
I mean, it depends on how it's presented. Like, for instance, I know there's a really famous Japanese restaurant in Japan where they serve you inside of these booths for ramen. So like, you all get your own private booth, so you eat by yourselves.
You're just about to type that out?
Oh, really?
I wasn't sure if anyone else knew about that, but yeah, there's a famous restaurant like that.
Mr. Armstrong, tell the court at once what you know.
Also, if you see other customers in the mirror, that breaks the immersion. That is also true. I attract the other ones too, you know, handsome. Shall I tease you too? Ugh. 4 coffees. I'm already seeing a very hot someone, so I'm afraid you'll be waiting for a long... Oh my god, Godot's already dating? Oh wait, he's talking about his coffee. Never mind.
I bet she has mocha cream skin and cappuccino perfume.
Bien, I will tell you, there was only one seat from which you could have seen. That was that seat at the table next to the victims. That was where old man was sitting. So, why can you only see the victim from that particular seat? Mais, monsieur, it is obvious, non? If you look at the plans, you will understand. The victim would have been reflected in the mirror like so. So if you're sitting at the table next to him, you would have seen everything, non?
So that's the seat old Seedy was sitting in on that day, when the poisoning happened.
The old man was sitting at the table next to the victim? Why does that seem kinda odd? After that terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. Wouldn't the seat directly south have been able to see it based on the diagram? Yeah, the mirror doesn't exactly cover the entire room. Did you move the mirrors while Mr. Kudo was off calling the police? Oui, exactement. I carried out of the restaurant's yen. You moved a huge mirror like that all by yourself. What can I say? I know how to pick things up and something.
Godot actually laughed at something.
Well, given the witness's physique, I suppose it is possible. Did you move anything else from the crime scene, Mr. Armstrong?
I look like the obliging type, non? But naturally, I did not touch anything else. Are you sure about that? I touched nothing except the mirror.
Mr. Wright, is there something the witness has said that doesn't match the crime scene?
Yeah, there is. I just can't put my finger on what exactly. I already know the answer to that. The vase. Ha! Suffering from a case of heartburn, trite. Oh, I have this thing for that. An oil with a golden mirror and Frankensteins? Add a few drops of your coffee and voila, enjoy. You know, I don't think it's healthy to drink aromatherapy bottles. Focus, Phoenix, breathe. I need to ignore those two and just find some evidence.
It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy.
Then the only logical explanation is that there was no mirror inside Tribulations that day. I gotta prove it somehow. I know there's... okay, let's see now. Crime photo.
Thank you! Wow, 35.
Happy 35th birthday, Shadow. I'm joking. Thank you so much for the 35 months, dude. Really appreciate your support. Well, I already know the answer is the vase. The problem is, how do I prove that? Picked up from Victim Square, thrown away by old man, $20, unrelated, unrelated. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase of my seat. I'm sorry. Okay, I have a feeling that I can present both of these photos depending on the situation. Because if he's claiming that is where the old man was, there's only one seat from which you could have seen the image of the victim. The seat and the table next to the victims, that was where the old man was sitting. I feel like I have two options. I can either present the apology about the broken vase, or the crime photo that clearly shows, yeah, no broken vase. I'm going to assume it's the apology. And it looks like I was right. I'm saying this since I know you don't have related evidence. It's weird that Godot let him get away with saying he didn't touch anything since he stole the $1 lottery ticket. That is true. An apology and a photo are both right. That's what I thought. Your Honor, Mr. Kudo's words yesterday strongly contradict Mr. Armstrong's testimony.
This is the letter of apology that was written by Mr. Kudo, is it not?
I realize it looks useless, Your Honor, but this is still testimony. Ha! I guess useless people are only really good at identifying useless things.
What relevance does this scrap of paper have to do with the trial, Mr. Wright?
Mr. Kudo's testimony is actually very relevant to the question at hand, Your Honor. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. This piece of evidence contradicts with the testimony we have heard, Your Honor.
The crime photo?
Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist.
What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright?
Should not exist? Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, trite.
Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is that something that should not exist in this photo?
This man's soul. I'm just here. Okay. Yeah. There is only one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there's an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? I know I casually swapped between vase and vase. I don't care. Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection.
Don't be an idiot, trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly! There's only one conclusion that we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie! Mon Dieu! Don't try to confuse the court, trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. He got a butt, and it is poking out. Unfortunately, Mr. Godot, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary, in his own words. I did not touch anything else, except the mirror.
Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day.
In light of this revelation, we return back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear which he couldn't hear?
You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. If you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, trite, then this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? If I can answer this, then I can be a much closer truth. I can be that much closer to truth. I can feel it. Are you going to be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? Well, maybe this timeline version of Nick can't, but another timeline version of Nick might. There's more than just this one contradiction, Mai. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? That there was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. And I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up.
Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradiction in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The ear doctor made a mistake? The victim was a phony. What? What? Curse you, ear doctor! Kudo made a mistake. No, I don't think he made a mistake. The ear doctor make a mistake. Pick it, I dare you. Damn it, Mayo. You know I am a sucker for dares. Very well. I believe we're looking at this the wrong way. It was actually the doctor's mistake. Damn it! It actually turned out to be right, Mayo. Also, yeah, we're on the second day trial. So, we did investigation, trial, investigation, and now we're doing the trial again. Yeah, that was the solution, Mayo. What? Yes, the doctor got the wrong ear. Well, I believe we saw an autopsy report yesterday. One that stated the victim's left eardrum was ruptured and had medicine in it.
I'm beginning to wonder if it's not your eardrum that's ruptured, Mr. Wright.
Wait. Oh. Oh. Oh, I legitimately thought we were right. Never mind. Okay, casual penalty. Never mind. Oops. This is no time to be playing with people's perceptions, Nick. Oops. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was the one who made a mistake.
I'll give you one more chance, Mr. Wright. Think carefully before you answer this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I promise I won't listen to my chat or mods ever again. I joke, of course. Okay, the victim might actually be a phony. This case is riddled with contradictions, yet there's one very simple answer that clears them all up.
What is that?
The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Ileg at all. It was an imposter. A phony pretending Mr. Ileg. Oh shit, guys. We gotta vote him out now. Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. Copy number 5. I still love Godot getting his coffee and then he just spits it out immediately.
Order in the court. Someone down the door. Clear the courtroom.
Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh?
What did you say?
Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Ileg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of Mr. Victor Kudo. Get real, Trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Yeah, just Armstrong likes poking out that butt for whatever reason. Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... Serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. That's the serving girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
It's so hard to believe, but...
There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. If you got it, you gotta flaunt it. That is also fair. Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there was no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but... It's also true that the chef was there! He could have noticed what was happening.
That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct?
Oh la la, this is most difficult for me.
No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You are under oath after all. Was there in fact a phony at Tribulations that day? You know what? Random question. If someone under oath is found out to be lying, is there like a fine or something? Do you get arrested for lying in court? Perjury. Oh, okay. Fair enough. The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. I forgot about perjury.
The defense request for additional testimony is accepted. You will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day.
Ooh-wee. In the restaurant.
The victim manged a leg. He came into my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There was no other customers. When he got word and won the lottery, bought a leg, became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. There was no time for a phony to do the acting.
Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all.
Yvonne demand pardon, but forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess be cleared up quickly.
What you have done is commit perjury.
Oh, there we go.
I will decide how to punish you later.
No one really faced the consequences of perjury so far. Nope.
For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please.
Up until this point, I don't think they ever did get committed for perjury. He took that perjury charge a bit too well. I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. La victim mangé a leg. He came to my restaurant alone. Was he alone at his table as well?
Mais, oui, I saw him from the kitchen.
Yet the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. She swears there was another man at the victim's table. Ha! Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee has he been drinking?
It's not coffee. It's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Hearing Maya say that makes her seem wise all of a sudden.
And yet completely unrelated. Remember the old man arrived not long after him. By old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct?
Oui, he comes often for my special coffee.
I drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I give you that. It's worth a sip just for the experience.
Oh, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You're most welcome anytime.
It's not coffee, it's the Oh my god. I said it was worth one sip and nothing more. So old man Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. Maybe I should ask about his arrival in more detail. Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived?
Oh no, I cannot remember, Monsieur.
I believe we were told by a witness yesterday.
The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by some kind of scary old man, sir.
Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness?
The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 p.m. and 2:10 dawn.
Hang on. Where's the autopsy report? 2 o'clock or 2:10, eh? 2 o'clock or 2:10, eh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Many of the malicious liars end up being the true criminals in the end of the day anyway. Yeah. Yeah. So, a bit of real talk for me. The number one thing I hate most in the world is liars. So, like, a personal life philosophy of mine is you can get away with little lies, like little white lies, but major lies, that disgusts me. So, yeah, I hate him as much as the actual killers, honestly. Just after 2, huh? Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, Monsieur. You are wonderful.
Can't sit here all day. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of day will be added to the witness's testimony.
Oui, Monsieur Judge. Everything I do it for you.
Merci bien. That's French, isn't it?
The judge actually helped for once, thank God. I'm glad at least one person is in a good mood. He's even humming a song to himself. Remember, La old man arrived not long after him, just after 2 p.m. Are you absolutely sure about the time? When I think real hard, I am sure it was just after 2, oui. It is the time I stopped serving my lunch menu.
Quite right, I always break for lunch when the restaurants are serving their specials. I've been known to wind up a case early just to make it on time.
I guess you should never get between a hungry judge and his lunch. And you also shouldn't get between a hungry streamer and their food, but, you know, that's me for you.
Oh, would you look at that? It's almost lunchtime already.
Witness, get on with your testimony, please. There was no other customers. Hey, listen, I at least ate before I started streaming. Whether or not I eat before I go on someone else's stream is another question. So your only customers were Mr. Kudo and the victim. How many times do you need to ask the same thing, Trent? You never catch me drinking the same blend twice. Huh? You're trying to establish the presence of phony victim in the restaurant, but you're wasting your time. You can't grind birdseed to make coffee. If you catch my drift. Ah, coffee 6. But there's a hole in this testimony somewhere. I'm sure of it. I already figured it out. I'm just going through all the presses because I can. When my word got one lottery, my leg became very, very excited. You see him? No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, "Yes, $500,000." Presumably, the defendant heard that too then, correct? Maggie? He looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some bird seeds that got stuck in his throat. What kind of restaurant owner allows people to bring in their own food into their restaurant?
It seems we have yet another incident on our hands.
It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. And what were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, Monsieur. Sorry, what do you mean? There is the renowned chef John Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. What?
Clarice?
Oui, I was writing a poem, an angry tale of a chef and $500,000 of debt. You know, when I found that book of poems and it was said it was written by Clarice Armstrong, I just assumed that Armstrong's sister or mother was the author. Never mind. Cooking for a man who has won $500,000 in the lottery. It is called pourquoi, and it means why. Perhaps I could recite it for la court. But please don't. Non, there was no time for Aphonia Doula acting. You mean you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred? I asked La Old not to call from La payphone. By your own argument, Trite. The purpose of this phony's victim performance was so Old Man could see it. I just realized something. Is there no phone inside of Très Bien? I'm pretty sure most restaurants have phones in them. Hell, I know certain restaurants that have payphones in them. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would have completely disappeared.
Indeed.
Yeah, it seems like shadow of doubt has been lifted. Nesty quick.
I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh?
Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Eleg, and I refuse to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all.
But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too?
She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember?
Ah, you mean that's when the phony staged this act?
We'll know for sure once I find a hole in this testimony. Well, already found it. And boom. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Quoi? What do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week, they announced the winning numbers for the $500,000 lottery ticket. That could be presented almost anywhere after getting him to say 2 p.m. Figured it as such. Oui, that must be the show Mon Eleg was listening to.
I can't see any problem with the testimony, Mr. Wright.
I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember perfectly now. I know it was that time because I had finished serving the lunch menu. Get to the point, Trite, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life.
It's on the air at 1:30?
Now, supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he had won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. Because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to a radio with a ruptured eardrum? Catching a show that was already over? There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glenn Elegs in Très Bien that day. The real Glenn Eleg, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer, and the phony Glenn Eleg acting out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, if that wasn't the case, how could you explain the time discrepancy?
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lacked a rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's now just after 2 p.m. The phony Eleg is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain then where the real Glenn Eleg is? I don't believe I have to explode this out for the court. However, at the time, the real Glenn Eleg was already dead.
That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to?
Missing corpse?
According to the old man's testimony, there is only one other customer there. If that customer was a phony Glenn and Leg, then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim?
The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. If your theory is to stand up to examination by the court, you must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body?
Yes, Your Honor.
No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden.
Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden?
I was thinking about that, but I didn't think the game would actually bring up where the body went.
I thought I had him with that contradiction. But he's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead.
Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. First, where was the body of the real Leg concealed?
Quick, everyone, offer everyone weenies. Got it!
Here, take this! And I just like throw the lunchbox at the judge's face.
It fills his stomach with love and plenty of weenies. It's good, it's good, it's good.
I think it was probably inside of Trey Bien, honestly. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Trey Bien.
Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you could care to show the court in these plans, Mr. Wright?
Sure.
I'm 90% sure it's in the kitchen. The body was hidden here.
I see.
Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location?
I think it was actually this. Because we found the victim's ear medicine in the kitchen. That seems the most logical to me anyway. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle?
No, I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me.
Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright?
Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Trey Bien. Okay, it worked out.
Eh? Quoi?
But I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong.
No, it contains a medication.
What kind of medication?
I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Leg visited an medical clinic and was given medication that day. I didn't even know there was an option to have the Sprite have him overheat while receiving coffee. That's amazing. I think that's the first time we've seen that. You can't be serious. The defense has the content of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle matches the prescription that was given to Mr. Ileg. Glenn Ileg's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu! Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you hid the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. On! This guy needs to go to jail for years. He set up the poor Maggie. I hate this guy so much.
Order, order, order. This is extraordinary development.
You get iced coffee when you're giving off smoke.
Witness, did you murder Glenn and Glegg?
No, I would do not do such an horrible thing. Did Godot just explode?
Mr. Godot?
The bitterness. Every time I get lied to, I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. Do you have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? I'm kind of surprised his heart hasn't gone into epidermic shock yet. This goes beyond perjury. Doesn't this make it an accomplice? Yeah, I agree. I was like, one more E in there. There you go. Godot had 46 cups of coffee since we started this stream series. Good lord. Then I like to do the same to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in here? My H-deficient friend. Devon, Damon, put on, please, you must hear me out. It is a trap. Listen to me.
Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong, and por favor is Spanish.
So, we just basically confirmed that he doesn't actually know French. Cool. I'm only going to ask you once. Did you do it?
No, none. Absolutely none.
Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps?
Witness, the court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Godot's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel.
Wait, it is clear. What do they always say in movies? I got a bad feeling about this.
Very well, begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong.
It is true. I hid the body in the kitchen. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. No, I believe him that time, honestly.
You were forced by who?
I cannot say, or I will be erased. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. Leg died, was he really the only person at his table? There was. There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth.
You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright.
There's only one more thing I need to do. I gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the real name of the real killer. It's true, I hid the body in the kitchen. Did you carry the body by yourself? Oui, I carried him, and I carried Maggie too. Maggie too? When she saw the victim collapse, she fainted. I could not leave her there.
But why did you hide the bodies?
A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. What man? Who was he? No, I cannot say. I fear for my life. He's really scared.
You just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick.
Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him.
Well, why would you go along with this man?
I had to go along with him because there was a reason I could not refuse.
And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong?
You know, monsieur.
Yes.
Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment.
A maiden? You're a bit old to get away with that.
And a bit too male.
Can we please knock it off with the gender jokes? I'm really getting sick of them. I can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. I'll just have to prove it with evidence. The testimony has 2 correct answers, but a different statement needs to be used for each of the 2 answers. Fair enough. So you're claiming that all you did was hide the bodies, is that correct?
Oui, that's right.
We are to believe you, Mr. Armstrong. You must tell us to court everything. You must make clear the identity of the man who ordered you to do this.
He's already confessed this much, he might as well stop dancing around the real issue.
Yeah, but he really doesn't want to tell us who the real killer is. You know, all things considered, has anyone ever been assassinated inside of the courtroom? Actually, wait, there was a bombing in the courtroom in Dual Destinies, wasn't there? Huh.
I'm surprised they never tried to do that again. Sock it to him, Nick.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. All right. Reason you could not refuse, eh? Is it because of this? So what was the other answer, Burmsai? You paid $500,000 debt, don't you?
$500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong?
Oui. Just tout soleil. I was a week and I borrowed the money.
Tigre on statement 2. Oh, we could? We can actually do that? That feels like it's a leap in logic in order to just immediately present Tigre. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. A $500,000 loan from a black market loan shark. And you have no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything this man told you. Usually when it's alternate answers, you get asked to present the other answer right after, like here. Oh, alright.
Oui, it is as you say. Mr. Armstrong, the tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he pay his loan. I don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to do. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining room and into the kitchen. After that, I tried to forget what I had seen.
I think we can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre.
I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. That was your doing as well.
Dog, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable.
Mr. Godot, you will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow.
"30 minutes.
What?
The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself." Oh, we might actually finish the trial tonight then. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more.
How the...
Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way.
Very well, your request is granted, Mr. Godot.
Godot needs 30 minutes, but you will finish after 11 if you continue.
We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for 30-minute recess.
I have a question. If I were to end the stream right now, how long would it take for me to finish the trial? Like, maybe an hour and 5 if you get stuck. Here's the thing. I generally like to finish episodes before the next episode so I can break for stream there. I think we can continue into overtime if I don't get stuck. But I'm gonna take a quick break during this recess. Yeah, I'm going to... As well as like... Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm willing to... Yeah, we're going to finish this. So, first things first, I'm going to save. And I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go grab some food for myself. I'm going to re-energize myself real quick, stretch my legs, and I'll be right back. So, everyone, how about you guys all do the same? Go get some food, you do whatever you guys need to do, and I'll be back in like, 5-10 minutes. I'll let you guys know. Thank you. Do it! Stand up! Stand up! Do it! I'm not getting food until you do it! Alright, fine, I'm gonna go get food. Bye. Alright, so I'm not back from intermission yet, but I brought my food back with me, so we can chat a little bit if you guys want. I'm down for a Q&A if you guys are up for it. What do you guys want to chat about? What food I got? It's omelet rice. My mom made some Chinese omelet and I combined it with some rice. I would, but you have to fly to New York for it. What's everyone having for your dinners tonight, everyone? Alive? That is the most meds thing I have ever heard in my life. Of course Mezzo brought home Sonic. Of course he did. Steak and cheese quesadillas. That sounds delicious. It's a big burger, though. Shouldn't have been as much as you did, probably. What kind of burger was it? Double patty with cheese and bacon. Oh, that sounds delicious. But yeah, I imagine that probably was a lot, though. But then again, I usually try to eat as much as I can whenever I order out. Like, I know like Five Guys is expensive, but I always like ordering multiple things from Five Guys, so I end up spending like $20, $30 from them. That's probably a bad thing. Also, nice, I got pizza, Woot. Awesome. What toppings you got? Dave Med's last 2 or so bites? Figured. Better than just putting it back in the fridge. A cold burger is not as good as a cold pizza, I'll tell you that. Burgers are always best when they're fresh. Man, I'm really glad my mom decided to make an omelet tonight. Because like, so like as some of you might have guessed if you watched the theater recap at the beginning of the stream, I've been in a Dragon Maid mood recently because of the new season that came out. And like, literally the first episode featured Toru going to a maid restaurant and making omelet rice for people, and I'm like, God, I just only want omelet rice. And what a coincidence, my mom just happened to make it tonight. That was just perfect timing. Half cheese, half mushroom pepperoni. Nice. You felt the cheese. How much cheese was in there? Shrunk your stomach in recent years compared to how much I've eaten in past, which is a good thing. Oh no, that's totally fair. My stomach definitely has shrank myself, honestly, alive. Like, I used to eat, like, back in the day, I could scarf down, like, 4 Burger King cheeseburgers all by myself. Nowadays, I can barely finish 1. Unless I'm really hungry. In which case, I probably would eat like 2. But any more than that and I just get sick. And don't ask why I'm eating at Burger King. I don't like Burger King. Like a little bit of real talk. My folks usually try to save money by you know how like you get like newspapers with a whole bunch of coupons on it I think every month or so. So my parents usually try to take advantage of the coupons as often as they can so they don't have to buy food by going to fast food restaurants with the coupons. And we always get Burger King coupons here, so we're like, so every month, like maybe once every 2 weeks, my mom's all like, oh hey, I just bought you a whole bunch of Big Mac, not Big Macs, Whoppers. And I'm like, I hate Burger King. And she's like, too bad we're poor. I haven't had a good, you know, I haven't had a pizza. I have not had a pizza in like 4 months. Even though I used to have pizza every single week. I'm a goddamn New Yorker. I could not live without pizza. But the freaking pandemic has screwed everything over for me. Speaking of Burger King, my card has a cashback deal for Burger King, and you're all like, hooray, haven't set put in one in years. Yeah. Have you gone to one yet, or are you just thinking about doing it? Oh, hey, Burbs. I'm just doing an Ask Me Anything and casual talk right now while I'm eating my dinner. I feel like Burger King is gross. Liked as a kid, but hated now. Oh, same here. KFC and Burger King is completely disgusting as an adult. As a kid, you eat anything. We were like the actual billy goats as kids, I'll tell you that. Oh, it's a sarcastic hooray. Okay, gotcha. I figured it was sarcastic. I just thought you would actually go get Burger King regardless. I'll say this, I was more of a Popeyes fan. I never liked KFC. Like, every time Bermside came down to visit from Canada, I would always treat him to KFC. I'm not KFC. Did I say KFC? I mean Popeyes. Oh my god, that was the biggest misspoke of my life. Rather go to In-N-Out before Burger King. I never had In-N-Out. There's no In-N-Outs on the East Coast. Never had Popeyes? I mean, it's fast food fried chicken. If it's the lesser of two evils. But I still love Popeyes. I think their recipe is really delicious. Much like Subway, I feel like this is an instance where I don't see an issue since the quality is better up north. Oh, is Subway quality better in Canada? Because, like, I'm sure most people have heard by now that the Subway bread doesn't actually count as bread by legal standards, right? Fries are contentious for some people. Burgers are also contentious. Oh, consistent rather. Okay. By legal standards in Ireland. I see. Okay. You're not a fan of fried chicken? It's too greasy? That's also fair. Fried chicken is definitely not healthy for you, but like, I don't mind greasy food depending on what kind of food it is. Like, if it was like a burger, I do not like a greasy burger. Greasy fried chicken is okay. Can't stand most of US cheese because you're used to Canadian cheese. That's fair. I remember one time when you came down here and we went to see, I think it was Ratchet and Clank. We either watched a Ratchet and Clank movie or it was another movie we watched, Lego Movie 2. Either one. Like, I remember we went to watch a movie together and you got the nachos with cheese. I think you didn't like the cheese in that either, did you? The burgers are nice, but are also on the greasier side. I would, you know, I wouldn't I agree with you, Mayo, but I never had that much grease with my Five Guys burgers. They were more messy because they weren't made, like, not that they were made badly, but they weren't composed well. Like, they were, like, all the parts that I put in would just fall apart instantly the moment I unwrap. That's my issue with the Five Guys burgers. I would basically have to treat it like a meat salad at that point. I will say that burgers being able to maintain their shape matters a lot to me. Five Guys is the only exception for that though, because I love how much they taste. And you can potentially stuff it with a bunch of crap too. That is true. That is true. I've known plenty of people who overstuff their Five Guys burgers and they just fall apart instantly. Five Guys is tasty, but usually regret the next day. Ah, so the Chipotle situation, yeah. Probably with less blood involved, but still. I've never actually had Five Guys milkshakes before. Are they any good? But Chipotle, that's why you get the burrito bows instead of burritos. That and Chipotle burritos explosives that fall apart anyway. Like the couple of shakes you had, won't say your life changed forever. Fair enough. You know what? Let me get the milkshakes. Oh my god. Now I really want to go get Five Guys. Dang it! Whatever. Alright. My dinner's done. Let's get back to it. That's what I get for talking about food while eating food. It makes me crave other food. They have a coffee shake that's really good. And yeah, speaking of coffee, back to the trial. Let's go. What was my meal again? It was omelet with rice. It's like a Chinese omelet with chives and spring onion and stuff. So we're finally going to see the tiger on the stand. We almost got this case won now, Nick. I wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Godot picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean, you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. But if that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I get the feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. But it's okay, because Gumshoe is going to bust in with the evidence we need at the last second, right? Right? Hey, pal! There we go. Detective Gumshoe! Why are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey! That's the pot calling the kettle black, little Miss Top Knot. It's not a top knot. This conversation is much more interesting looking back on it after Apollo Justice. I'll see for myself when I get to Apollo Justice. Speaking of which, chat, okay, so I've been doing an Ace Attorney game every single year for the past 3 years. I have no idea when I'm going to be doing Apollo Justice. The only legal way of me doing that would be through my 3DS capture card. And the only way for me to do that is to buy it onto my 3DS capture card because it's an eShop game. So, yeah. Never mind about the hair, just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do! Could just install the mobile port onto Windows 11.
I could do that eventually.
Apollo Justice is still DS and 3DS only? In terms of gaming consoles, yes. Apollo is available for mobile stuff, though. I kind of get wound up. Ah! No kidding. You gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Yeah, mobile has the Trilogy and Apollo Justice. I think it actually has Dual Destinies and Spirit Justice as well, doesn't it? Oh, it has the entire series, including Great Ace Attorney? I didn't know about that. Well, thankfully, I have the Layton crossover, which is apparently over $100 nowadays, which is hilarious. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I could get some prints and outlines for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then.
But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right?
True. Without some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour. You bet! In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? Yes! The paper badge! Get me your fingerprints on the paper badge! No. Bring Ace Attorney 4 through 6 to Switch. I agree. Capcom Wiki leak says depends on the sale of Ace Attorney 7. Well, I'll definitely buy Ace Attorney 7. I'm just going to assume it's a small bottle. We're going back to the station anyway. Could you find out whose prints are on these? Oh, hey. That's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? Yeah, I think it's time we solved the last mystery who the prints on it belong to. Sure thing, pal. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too. Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. I wonder if the 3D models are in Ace Attorney 5 and 6 will have HD models. Burmside, you know about this better than I do. Do the mobile versions of Ace Attorney 5 and 6 have HD models? Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back. They're already on HD on mobile? Then it's an easy port! Just port them over! This is pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. I could just emulate them on Ace Attorney, emulate them on my Steam Deck. Yeah, that Steam Deck that I'm totally gonna buy, even though I rarely leave my house and I rarely play my Steam library. And probably has really uncomfortable button placement. Oh yeah, there's also the Final Fantasy remasters. I forgot about that.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Cadeau, did you find this Furio Tigre?
Coffee 7, I think? I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. So does that mean we have to add in 2 more coffees then? So did Square. Only bad mobile port of the series was the 1-3 one. Fair enough. Thank you, Wormseye. Tamed him? This guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful. He still bites.
Very well, please show Mr. Tigre to the stand.
And that makes an even 50.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Yeah! Don't hide under the table, Maya. Unless there's room for me down there too.
Would you mind?
What you say to me?
Nothing, I didn't say nothing, honest.
Who would have guessed that fear would even induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge? I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Can I just say, Tigre looks like he was designed by someone. Doesn't look like he matches the design of the other Ace Attorney characters. It's mostly because of the. It's not even the suntan. It's like the shadowing that's put on his hair, on his suit, and stuff like that. He feels so overly detailed compared to other Ace Attorney characters. It's weird. So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky? No, of course not. It was the judge. A thought dawns on me. Was Godot say he gave Tigre the coffee? Granted, he'd still have coffee himself since he's Godot, but did he share? Well, obviously, in order to make friends with other people, you share coffee with one another. That's why everyone's always like, hey, let's get a cup of coffee. While Tigre is complaining about his white court cases take so long, everyone goes, I'm busy that day. And suddenly the hearing is 6 months out of 4. That's fair. Tigre does look like a Tekken character. I agree, Glace. Your Honor?
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed. Maybe you didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? There's no need to shout, we can all hear you. What you say? Again, how the hell did he keep his composure when he was defending Maggie? There's no point struggling. You're caught in a snare, the relentless snare of the law. Why do I feel like Godot is so badass he can easily take down Tigre if he wanted to? And I'm the one that hauled you in here. Hell yeah! Yeah! Too cool! Tell him I'm getting the better of you, Nick! Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct? Screw Tigre? Agreed. Quote unquote defending alive, but still. Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, Mask Boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas.
Of course, well, perhaps you could give your testimony then.
I guess we're never going to see the judge and Maya for the rest of this trial, huh? Oh, the judge was complaining about it on day 1? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's been like 3 days since then. Well, 3 streams since then.
Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder.
Phoenix Wright. You're the one who set this up, didn't you? He's gonna forget the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Ugh. Maybe you should have brought a diaper with me. Phoenix, gross. We already had enough talk about hemorrhoids in the first case. We don't need to deal with your bodily functions now. Get a grip, Nick.
I don't know nothing about no murder. I tied up with business in December last year. Spent all my time in my office. I got whales lined up to bar-
Whales? So whaling isn't just a South Park term for people who spend too much money on mobile games? If Godot can down 30 coffees, Phoenix can hold it. Hopefully.
Line up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. You still want to check my alibi? Ask Violetta.
Oh, at last, I found my pen. Very well then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination.
Ah!
What is it, please, witness, if you could refrain from shouting like that?
I know the crime's that guy in the blue place. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins.
I mean, that's what lawyers do, right? Isn't whale just a generic term used to identify people who spend too much on mobile games? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the term originated from South Park, I think. Lowlife? Me?
Listen up, Smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to the case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000, and you're just gonna borrow that cash from me.
That's one loan contract I refuse to sign.
And I'm thinking it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger.
I love a good spectator sport.
Just a minute, that's really not.
This witness is... how can I put it? A hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Get on his bad side and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too.
Very well, I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here.
What?
You better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus.
The court will impose a penalty for any irrelevant pressing of—
What? Great, so I'm dealing with the final press thing from the last case. Okay, cool.
Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Maya?
Great, great. So I can't even press this asshole. Cool. No, nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Spent all day in my office. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every single day. By Violetta, you're talking about the Cavadini families.
Yeah, you don't want to cross them or you're gonna wanna end up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds out you've been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in.
Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there.
He said that just like Viola, didn't he?
I get the feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger just like Mo. Leave it for now. Too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. I better just focus on gathering information at the moment.
Now then, Mr. Tigre, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning, please?
My time ain't free, you hear? You better remember that. If you miss the bus, someone's gonna pay.
Ugh. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know.
You see, DC? That's how sharp my secretary is.
Sharp? Is he talking about Viola Cadaverini?
He writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says, so that's where I was.
That seems like a rather, sketchy schedule.
There he goes again.
What the tiger did all December isn't the issue. What's important is what he was doing on the day of the murder, so now what? Mr. Tigre, what you want? If you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
This is dead end, Triton, you know it.
What do you mean? We need to know what he did in December 3rd specifically.
Remember the rules.
No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately.
I agree.
The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe you ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. There was this kid with coiffed hair that really wanted to challenge me to a game of Dungeon Dice Monsters. It's cool. Ain't never seen that young kid before.
I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Godot, if you could please.
Mr. Tigre, the course asks you to add that last statement to your testimony.
Heh. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. The days you talking about was in the office too. I never saw that kid before.
I think we got something to work off with that.
Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glenn Leg, but it appears that Mr. Leg knew you. What? Mr. Leg liked this little note on his calendar. Beat with the tiger. And the date?
December 3rd.
December 3rd? That's the day of the murder.
So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glenn Leg. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Not bad. It's actually not bad. Sorry? I was just messing with you to see how good you were. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. That's one compliment I can do without. Plus he's lying through his teeth.
Witness, please remember you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated.
He's calling me a liar. Is that what you're doing?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
So you're saying that your claim has never seen that kid before is the truth?
I said I'm dead serious. You better believe that's the truth.
Huh. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. What is that, coffee number 8 now? That is, while you testify to the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Yes, would you mind indulging the court, witness?
So if the judge is Scooby, who's Shaggy? Probably the bailiff. He never actually met the victim? That's gotta be a lie right there. It's time I nailed this. Please stop using the word nailed.
Phoenix is Shaggy. He said zoinks and justice for all.
Hey, he's tall enough. I ain't no liar. I ain't never met Glenn Leg. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, tender lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't never showed up. I ain't never even been to that Tribulations joint, you see?
I see. That all seems perfectly logical. You have arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up.
I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead.
Very well, you may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
Am I still under penalty if I press too hard? Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? Ain't gonna make my bust now.
I'm gonna have to take the express train. Yes, dang it. That bill's going straight to you, right? Ugh. Ain't no liar, never Glenn a leg. There was some lame guy that named though, wanna borrow cash from me. Never, not even once. Not even once. I was in my office the day that went down. I didn't put no poison in no kid's coffee, capiche? Do you think he really did meet Glenn a leg? Not likely. Because I'm convinced this guy's behind the whole thing. So you mean that whole testimony he just gave was a lie? Of course. We can't afford to give him the time to think of ways to plug the leaks in it. Gotta nail him while I still can. Can we turn this tiger into a cub, please? Try my best here. And yet, your name was written on the victim's calendar. Get that horse calendar out of my face! I'm the tiger, not a lame horse, you porcupine! Tigers like me eat horses like that for breakfast!
No. Witnesses aren't permitted to eat evidence, not that they ever would.
Wait a second! I was about to say, well, there was a case once where a young lad ate... Yeah... Anyway... I was about to say... If you had never met the victim before, how do you explain this note he left? That's very strange. According to the manager of the firm where the victim worked, December 3rd was the day he had to repay his loan. He wasn't due to discuss borrowing money, but repaying what he owed. Oh, yeah, maybe you's right. Whatever it was going down at the beginning of December. So you did meet Mr. Leg then? Hey, right, yous might want to cool your jets a sec. Set up a meeting with the guy at my office tender lender. Okay, you know, I didn't realize I was allowed to press literally all his statements. I just wasn't allowed to press harder. So your meeting wasn't supposed to be at Tribulations then? Why would I want to go to a dump like that? If I want to talk with my clients, I got an office decked out for the job. I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there. Not exactly a professional office you got there, you know. Generally, while this guy is out, pressing harder is the risk. Gotcha. So you were in your office on the day in question. Wait around for him, but he ain't ever showed up. Didn't show up. Huh. What do you think, trite? Let's see. How does a dead man get from a French restaurant to a loan shark's office? And you yourself didn't go to Tribulations? Why you trying to pin on me here? Why don't you just come down to my office? We can chat about this my way, yeah? I got the best punching bag you ever saw in there. No need. I'm good, thanks. Listen up, ain't got nothing more to say except this. Never even been to the Tribulations joint. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. Ah! If you really never been to Tribulations before, what was a book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You've been snooping around my stuff now too, wise guy? What are you, my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. God, I hate it, Tigre even more now.
Order, well, witness. I think it's time you start telling us the truth, don't you?
I love that he can actually roar like a real tiger. That's pretty good.
I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Forgive me.
Ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day.
What?
Well, listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid.
Well, well. Looks like an order just came for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glenn and Leg that day.
Thanks.
And he did put poison.
Yo, sad character. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Igor definitely is not the respects women type. Doesn't seem to respect anyone, though.
You're going through this very smoothly? I mean, it's kind of pretty straightforward so far. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. Honestly, I have my own few theories. I'm starting to think that Viola was the waitress that was disguised for that phony incident thing.
I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete.
I need help? Nope.
I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it's gonna be, so I split.
Any help I would ask for my mods. Thank you. Appreciate it, though.
I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office.
I see, you didn't actually meet with him in the end then. Oh, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Howdy! If I wait around here any longer, ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions.
Ha! No problem. Copy number 9. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty.
Mr. Godot, that's my job!
Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it!
Yes, sir.
The Special Express ain't cheap, right? So just so you know, since you paying.
Aw, man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? Not in this universe, Phoenix. I was supposed to meet with... Okay, I assume I can press this, right? Without getting penalized? So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tender Lender at all, then?
The kid was making a fuss about coming into the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you ever seen if there's any issues. Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come.
So, that's why you decided to meet at Tribulations. Huh. You're going over old ground again, Trite.
Sorry.
You just earned... What?! Okay, so I can't even press anymore. You will suck down the penalty, Mr. Wright, and you will like it. Wow, so I straight up can't press things anymore.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
I forgot he did this without pressing harder. Yeah! When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. Guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. Figured if place wasn't hot and ready as it's going to be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way back and I went straight back to my office. I guess tell us more about the scene, baby? An ugly scene, what do you mean? A witness already told us, right? Which makes that question irrelevant. Dang it! What? There gotta be more details! I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during the trial. That's the rule. Better limit the number of times you make a penalty, Trite. Ow! Otherwise your guts will look like a chimney.
Don't make me burn you again, Mr. Wright.
I guess I should have pressed him on that.
Guess I'm gonna make that Special Express after all.
So to recap, this ugly scene you saw was...
The guy was laid out over a table, stiff as concrete. I feared if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. I feel like I need more information. There's not really anything for me to object to here. I guess maybe press this to figure out a time span of what time period of where he was at the time. So he didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then. The tiger is a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation. So, when exactly did you pick up the matches? There are matches just out inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble when the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Gumshoe. It's almost enough to make a man cry. Well, I got literally nothing out of that, but I also didn't get penalized at the very least. You went straight back? Did a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for whatever you did? What she's trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't never been guilty on nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this! The courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it?
Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. Another relevant line of questioning. Dang it!
How about a penalty for those 2 jokers and the garbage they keep coming up with? Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. Gotta come back at him with a contradiction. Careful what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized. Do I have anything to point out? I feel like I do need to press this regardless. I'm taking a bunch of hits for this, but I need it. You mean you saw Glenn and Leg's dead body? I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggedy bit of cloth he called a hat. And what time was this? There we go! I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches. Round watches. I ain't gonna pull out my boss with some ticking henpecker.
Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most?
Huh? What you think? Square watches. So you just don't like watches. Got it. Press your lips to a glass of water. Oh, thank you. Is this guy for real? Look, all I need to know was that something bad was going down in that place. Well, I have officially pressed literally everything. What we got? Did you press the police thing? I did. And I just got a penalty out of it. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. No. Died of potassium cyanide. Unrelated at the moment. Winning ticket for $500,000 found during a body search of Maggie. Man, this one's going to be a little tricky here, mostly because of the fact that I don't really have much to work off of with his statements. I was supposed to meet with the kid in the restaurant that afternoon. Fine. Yo, K-Roll, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Currently just trying to pin Tigray at the moment here. Just notice the chain that continues the tiger image? Oh my god, I never thought about that before, but you're right. It actually lines up with the tiger image pretty well, actually. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. There has to be something that says otherwise. I have a joke idea, but you want to share in case it's right. You know what? Go ahead and share the joke idea. I'm okay to listening joke ideas. John's debt is $500,000. The owner of the loan is tender lender. When the incident occurred, I broke this. Mr. Red Nose? Really? I mean, we could press that. Was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I mean, we could press him. Would have seen if the fucker remembered that nose. I don't think that would work, unfortunately. And I already have less than 50% of my penalty bar at the moment. Then again, I could save and just do it. Screw it, why not? Just for funsies. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction in that statement, Your Honor. Yeah, I figured as such. Aha! The mask! Obviously! Why didn't I think of that? One ugly scene. That nose! Meet with the tiger on December 3rd, but there's no time moment in there. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30 p.m. Photo near the scene taken near the kitchen. Guess the corpse. Yeah. I mean, let's be real here. His nose would be more distracting than a dead body. $500,000 found during the body search of Maggie. Has a small bucket, but big stains. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it's going to be, so I split. Heard the cop sirens on my way out and went straight back to my office. The sausages! Of course! You can share your thought, Glaze. Doodle in the victim's handwriting. I can't find anything that would tie him into this, is the thing. I mean, obviously he had the Trey Bien thing. The medical papers is unrelated at the moment. Gumshoe's lunch is very irrelevant. Millionaire radio, unrelated at the moment. Unrelated at the moment. Kinda unrelated at the moment. Or you're thinking on the way out rather than the way in? If the place wasn't hot already, it was going to be, so I split. That's a thought. Maybe I'm supposed to present someone. Okay, I'm gonna throw a question to Bermsai. Can you give me a hint? Okay, actually, let me rephrase that. I want a question. Am I supposed to press, or am I supposed to present something? And sub-question, is the presenting thing an evidence or a profile? I have the right evidence. Okay. Job listing. Picked up from a bench in Vitamin Square, thrown away by the old man, unrelated. An article on December 5th says I was announced that my client was found guilty. Sad character, only mods will give hints. I don't want hints from anybody else, thank you. $500,000, the owner of the loan is tender lender. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase in my seat. I'm sorry. Wait a second! I just realized something! How can he see him? How can he see him? Yeah! How can you see behind the wall? Okay. I have an idea. I just don't know if I need to present the floor plans or if I want to present the crime photo. Fuck it, crime photo. And that was wrong. Okay, maybe I have to present the floor plans. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. Let's go. I was like, wait a second. I forgot to look. Yeah. You're something of a loan collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. Floor plans on statements 2 or 3 was correct. Got it. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning? These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. There we go.
Indeed, the witness would have had a clear view of the victim's seat.
Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head.
Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'd remember that between each of the tables is a tall partition.
Why, that's true.
Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So from the entrance of Trey Bien, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day because you met with him. Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table.
I thought we established that he was a phony.
But the defense just proved the point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Leg, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade.
That will do. This trial has gone long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim?
I was wondering about that myself, actually. I wasn't entirely sure who it's going to turn out to be.
You say the killer murdered Glenn Leg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance of Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court.
I have a theory. It's a really stupid theory, but I have a theory. Obviously, it's the person you'd least expect. What's the matter, Your Honor?
Oh, nothing. I just dropped my pen again. Don't mind me. Carry on with the proceedings.
What? Okay, I guess that was wrong. Okay, so just to explain my theory, I had a theory that it was going to like have Viola be pretending to be Maggie, and I thought Tigre couldn't be there because he was impersonating us. So I was like, okay, there's only one person left, Bruto, right? Bruto actually never shows up in person. Only character to be in court record and not appear. Huh. I stand corrected then. Better think again while he's down there, Nick. I guess I should have picked the obvious choice.
Very good, I found my pen now. So allow me to pose the question again, Mr. Wright.
The trial happened after the murder. Yeah, exactly.
You say the killer murdered Glenn Leg, and then impersonated his victim in a performance of Victor Kudo? In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court.
Oh, they weren't asking about the impersonator, they were asking about the murderer. Obviously, the killer is Furio Tigre. Oh, I misunderstood the question. I thought the question was who the imposter was. Oops. No one else could have done it. And yeah, most trials do indeed occur after murder, K-Roll. You're correct.
What? Well, witness?
That's cute. You think you can pin this on the tiger? Maybe you don't understand. The tiger's king of the jungle. So there's you saying get coming? Come on, you got the guts.
You can't threaten me, Mr. Tigre. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright.
And we're gone.
Mr. Wright!
Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. He's got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone!
Huh. Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot?
Copy number 10. Let's go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. We're just sneaky one of the weenies under there. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh, no. The serving girl brought him a Javachino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it. She's very conspicuous. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee.
Yes, it was the waitress who poisoned the coffee.
Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Godot's a good character. Found your pen at last, right? Listen, pens are slippery. I drop them all the dang time whenever I'm working in my office. Wouldn't it matter if it was the victim was the real or fake for Kudo to see? Shh. It's anime logic. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn and Leg, and the waitress from behind.
Yes, your point, Mr. Wright.
I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn and Leg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show.
What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well?
The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her.
Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
Well, this one's easy at least. Obviously, it was Lisa Basil. She secretly wanted to get all the money that was earned from Glenn and Leg's lottery ticket. No.
Who is this woman?
Her name is Viola Cadaverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. He's making a big mistake. Did you know who Violetta's grandfather is? You better be going home in an armored truck tonight, if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. Where was I? Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following. Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true that was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. Oh yeah, by all means, drop it in chat. I'd love to see it. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table who nobody Miss Bird seemed to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. Oh my god. You... And retweet. There you go. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice, once for real and once for show. And Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you.
Witness, what have you got to say?
That's cute.
Sorry?
He's alright. I could do with a guy like you around. What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about? He's got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But you just missed one real important detail. Or thing. Well, that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I could have poisoned it, you see it?
What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre?
Ha! What a troublemaker. Troublemaker? And that's number 10. Looks like we're going to have to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot steaming justice.
Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I'll give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Trade PM between yourself and the victim?
Am I still going to be penalized for pushing? Or pressing, rather? I loaned A-Leg cash, about $100,000. Yeah, I probably should save. That day we was due to have a little chat to get at his paycheck date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won $500,000. He got lucky, you know, real lucky. After that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now, I see that the principal amount you owed loan to Mr. Leg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, he's got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know.
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal.
The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I ain't have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, ain't got no case.
His motive? It has to have one, but what is it? Alright, I have a theory. I think it's something related to the loan money that he owes to the Cadaverini family. Yeah, that. The $1 million bill.
So the tiger was meeting Glenn and Leg to get his money back. If Leg had just given him the lottery ticket, that would have been the end of it.
Yeah, so what's the tiger's motive? This is the big one. If I don't manage to undermine this testimony, it's all over for us. Why would he have to poison Mr. Leg? And why did he loan him the money in the first place, when he knew he couldn't repay him? Oh my goodness, what can I do? Did he have any way of paying the loan back? The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big one. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
So you were helping him for his sake or yours?
Went through compromise. Yous help me, I help yous. What's the difference, huh?
I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5 max.
Thanks a lot, Maya. Well, I has no faith in us. Cool, no doubt, no doubt. So how much were you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
What you think? The whole package, $100,000, including interest. That's a real heavyweight punch.
We have any faith in Maya? I have faith in her in a food contest, sure.
Once a client misses up for payment, you cut the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? Tell us you gotta know.
And how many times has Mr. Leg been late with his repayments?
Once.
How much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50. Sounds like Mr. Leg was in a real sticky spot.
Yeah, $50 a month. He never paid that huge loan off.
So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up.
How much did he have left in his debt?
You want it in round figures? About $100,000.
That's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet.
What? You're telling me I wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Leg.
That man was smooth, I tell you. Real smooth. He'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the Tender Tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
You have faith in Maya when she actually gets a turn with the brain cell? Oh, I didn't realize they were sharing a brain cell between the two of them. Was that because the guy won the lottery?
It was his last chance at a big win.
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question?
That's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy.
The whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo could see it. I can see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it.
The entire cast only has one brain cell? Ah, nonsense. Mia has at least 30.
Was there anyone in the restaurant at the time? I don't remember.
If there was no one there, I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Or we can wear it for an entire game. Or, it was a Spirit of Justice DLC costume, if I recall correctly.
Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadiverini were all there at that time.
Kudo has the most.
Edgeworth has a fair share too.
So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning?
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
Ha! The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gamble.
It makes it sound so cool. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the good willpower for it. All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. If the waitress hadn't done what she done.
The waitress, you mean?
That guy with the glasses in the defendant chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gotten the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. Ka-chow.
Maybe I should push a little on this?
Ask about what Maggie did. Ask how things would have been. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Oh, you was all over that or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my 100,000 bucks back, that's all. I'm a businessman. That's all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect what you just said.
Tiger's motive, huh? There we go!
After the $100,000, Aiden had no other reason to kill the guy. Are you saying you had no other motives that day? Yeah, so what?
Then, why didn't you take the lottery ticket when you left?
Wouldn't you think because of Four Eyes over there?
Because of Maggie?
How's about you go ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad, she poisoned Leg's coffee.
A likely theory. Your ward hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre. Double objection. Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, trite.
The law doesn't exactly agree with some of the deals I said now. I couldn't been there when the cops showed up, so I split.
I see.
Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee.
Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony or would you like to amend it?
Let's have it amended? I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended.
Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please.
Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over.
Tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie.
Yo, Solid! How you doing, dude? Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get our shout out for a Solid, please? Oh, you were playing Sword and Shield. That's awesome. H.
What were you up to, dude?
Yo, Behemoth, how you doing?
How's everyone from Solid Stream? Hi, I'm No Limit. I am a blind variety streamer. We're currently doing a blind playthrough of Ace Attorney, Trials and Tribulations. We're currently on the 3rd case right now, and we're about to approach the end of that. So, just a heads up, if you want to avoid spoilers for that, you might want to leave now. But if you guys want to stick around, we're about to reach the end, and a lot of fun stuff is about to happen. You did Hades, then Mario Golf, and then online battles. Nice. I hope you had fun, dude. Doing well. Lately, my excuse is that... Oh my god! Behemoth, I just realized! Isn't it like... You're in Germany, aren't you? Isn't like... Hang on a second. Isn't it like 5 a.m. for you? Go sleep! Have a good night. Thanks for dropping by at least, though. Take care. If I ask him what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? You see, are yous all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my blah 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 blah. You know what? Let's amend this real quick. It's like 5:30 a.m. I'll go and have a nap. Please have a longer than normal nap. Have a good night. Oh, dude, Farmageddon is releasing in a week. That's awesome. For people who don't know, Solid is actually an independent game developer. He actually has a game out on Steam right now called Bedlam Ball. And his next game, Farmageddon, is coming out it's coming. I knew it was in alpha, but I didn't realize it was so soon to release. That's awesome. After $100,000, I didn't have any other reason to kill this guy. Oh, really? So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Leg owed you, right? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. Leg, $100,000 wasn't enough to cover it, was it? Ha! About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? MC Bomber and the sports paper were also valid? Gotcha. Best of luck with the release, Solid. I really hope it does well. An accident involving a car and a scooter in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital where she underwent surgery. Where'd you get all this info? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. Payment for these expenses was due in December of last year and was paid in full.
$1 million? A preposterous sum. Someone should sue DJHMOs.
Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. The medical association got wind of it. The hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. I still love that Tigre actually roars like a tiger. It's so good.
Order, order, order. You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright?
Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
Ah, Solid!
Thank you! $1 million. I guess this really is set in the US.
Dude, thank you so much for the resub for 7 months. I appreciate it, man.
And yeah, someone else made the similar joke earlier in the stream about how of course medical bills cost $1 million. Great music timing. Great music timing, though. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruno Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn and Leg's life to pay your debt.
Order, order, order! What do you say to that, witness?
It's a nice little fairy tale trite. But even if the witness did need $1 million, that doesn't tie him to Mr. Leg's murder. Mr. Leg only owed him $100,000 and had no hope of repaying it anyway.
Yeah, that guy wasn't worth my spit.
I don't think so. Fact, the opposite is true. The opposite?
Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business.
But in this case, the very fact that Glenn and Leg had no way to repay the money is crucial.
What?
Do you know where you're going with this, Nick?
You gotta think outside the box, Maya.
Outside the box?
It's very straightforward. Mr. Tigre wasn't after the $100,000 at all.
It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after?
I mean, isn't it really obvious?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's evidence that Trite has no idea what he's doing.
What? What do you mean?
You're way off.
What? What? What do you mean? What?
Whoops. I goofed. I done goofed. $500,000 is not 1 million. That's a good point. I did misunderstand the question.
How far back did that send me?
Oh. That sent me pretty far back. Okay, while I'm mashing through this, let me rethink what the question actually was. Don't worry, Maggie, an alternate timeline, you're fine. I didn't save for a smidge, yeah. At least we didn't fall back too far. Okay, so the question was like why he would need what he was after to begin with, right? So what was he after? So if it wasn't the $500,000, what was he after? Now this is going to be tricky because I actually do have to think outside the box for this one. Would you care to share with us? What exactly was Mr. Tigre after? Oh! Right! Duh! I forgot about this. Glenn Leg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Leg put up in order to borrow the money. Care to explain how skill can be used as collateral to secure a loan, Trite? I realized it momentarily after, yeah. He had the skill to create a computer virus, and so he did. A virus known as MC Bomber.
A computer virus? What does one of those do?
A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer.
A computer? What does one of those do?
You know what? That's a good question. How do computer? I don't know. Speaking of which, if he was so skilled, he should have been making good money. How the hell did he end up this deep in debt? I guess his company didn't pay him very well. I guess this beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain to you later, Your Honor. Right now, the important point, a virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Mr. Tigre, you could have cared less about the $100,000, isn't that right? All you cared about was one thing, the virus. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn and Leg had no way of paying back his $100,000, and Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. How is that fake tan not sliding off, Tigre? I think the tan might actually be real. He seems rich enough. He wasted all his money on more gambling, or the job doesn't pay well, but skills going to criminal enterprises does. Yeah. The kind that Mr. Tigre would have preferred to say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I.
A lottery win?
Exactly! At the 11th hour, Mr. Leg won $500,000 on the lottery, which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Leg and then made his next move. To frame Maggie Bird for the crime, Mr. Tigre posed as Glenn Leg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo. Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off the stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. God, everyone owes money in this case. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan.
Order! Order! Silence! I will clear it up!
Yes, put on a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, gotta be careful. You say I dressed up like the kid, made a witness and framed someone. If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you're very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out.
What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Interesting. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? I mean... yeah?
What on earth is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish...
As we established, y'all are dumb in this universe. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, why didn't you just pose as the victim on the day? You didn't just pose as the victim in the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. I'm assuming that I also could have presented the magazine clipping, right?
What? That's...
The truth.
But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright.
Only the badge? Oh, okay, never mind then.
Although, now that you think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you standing in here this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who's put up the most disreputable shabby defense I've ever seen.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the— Wait, you're asking the judge to prove this? What? You're asking the judge to prove this? Okay, I want to see where this goes. Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Judge. You're the judge.
Hey, now.
You're an all-star. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir? Double objection, and a coffee. This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, right here in court, we deal with people's lives. Never mind, we're getting another objection from K-Roll. Thank you for the 69 bits, dude. Oh my god, you guys are inflating the objection count every time you do that 69, you know. Ugh.
Mr. Godot is right.
Your Honor!
Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now, however.
God, we're at 168 because of you guys.
I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it.
What? Oh, did I say 168? Sorry, I have 69 on the brain. Giggity.
If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness.
As a judge, he cannot testify. He would have to recuse himself. Huh.
The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
Well, we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn and Leg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. That is true, but man, where the heck is Gumshoe right now? Huh. Ha! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You got that? All we managed to do here was chase him around a bit. Run around and desert you. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha! Looks like I won't be needing a refill. I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook.
This witness's cross-examination is over. You are free to go, Mr. Tigre.
And Gumshoe. And Gumshoe. And there we go. Your Honor, sir. Ah, there he is. He brought lunch for everybody,
Detective!
Detective Gumshoe with the save. Sorry it took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too.
Well, what is it, Detective?
Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence.
What?
2 gumshoe saves. Let's go. Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results? About the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle.
Oh, so do you know who the prints belong to now?
Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew
it. You bet. Clear as crystal all over the bottle. They're Furio Tiger's paw prints, all right.
That's great. We got him now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry, but this is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn and Leg's coffee. So, this is irrelevant. Ah, damn it. I realized it too, actually. He technically only touched the medication, which doesn't necessarily relate to poisoning. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on the bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Aww.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This was our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe? Maggie? You've been working on something for me.
I'm sorry I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it, and I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of here now.
Detective Gumshoe! Wait.
He's gone.
Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick?
I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. What am I supposed to do with this?
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
I granted you a recess so you can prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered.
You recommend saving? Here we go. And copy number 12, I think? Don't keep us all in suspense, Trite. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up to in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time are yous gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before, but yous lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, even the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright.
Oh boy. This is reminding me about later Ace Attorney games where you have to guess everything in a row. Well, I know I can't prove anything new about this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this file of decisive evidence to the court.
I trust Gumshoe! This is the final defense's final piece of evidence.
Isn't that the victims?
Your Honor, naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray.
What?
But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information?
Everyone in here knows what this bottle contains, except one man. One person in this court should be theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on the pasty-looking bottle, is that what she's saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
A phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for— What?! Okay, so, this is illegal. Time for a lie bullet! Mr. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that'll prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains— Well, here's the lie. Oh boy. Oh boy. This bottle contains potassium cyanide.
Potassium cyanide?
Poison used to murder Mr. Leg, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that? What? You say never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna pull to— Frick. Frick, 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 frick. A bluff? I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? So Phoenix is a bad liar like us. Ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it? No, this is a bottle we found traces of poison in. Don't mess with the tiger or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. A cyanide bottle is brown. Got him. That cheap piece of trash. It don't look nothing like it. There we go. Got him at last. What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle. Is this the bottle you're referring to? Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But you ain't gonna find that prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out. Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What I just say? You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison. You don't know who's you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me? Sure. the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. That was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Hey guys, this guy's a phony. A big phony. Oh my god.
What's going on?
It looks like a blackout. What's he gonna do in the dark? And of course, Godot glows in the dark. Well done, trite. You saved my 17th cup of coffee. I saved my 17th cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the please restrain your prey. He somehow caused a blackout, alright.
Mr. Wright, you caught the tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenda Leg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney.
As she was. And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. So, question. Shouldn't Phoenix technically get in trouble for his fake evidence?
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Furio Tigre is truly frightening criminal.
Ha! The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Godot.
Well, I'm now in a position to deliver my verdict. The court finds the defendant Maggie Bird.
So, I don't feel very good about this case, guys. We had to lie in order to prove someone was guilty.
That is all. The court is adjourned.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir.
It's a professional responsibility matter. The bar will penalize you no matter which side you're on.
I see.
So basically, if you're caught lying, you're going to get in trouble no matter what role you take.
Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him.
He didn't do anything, Maggie.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
You cannot instruct or help your client with lying either. That's also fair. If they lie unprompted, you're safe as the lawyer, though. So basically, in literally the very first case in Ace Attorney ever, in the very first game, Phoenix broke the law by telling Larry to lie.
Look, Nick, it's the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal.
But wait! Detective Gumshoe.
Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks.
I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I guess I'll be saying goodbye. Wait up, detective! He just Just ran off!
Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly.
Cleverly, that will probably get us in jail, but you know, clever.
Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
You put in a good word for him, Nick.
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie, you know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this.
I want to believe that, sir, but on that first day of the trial, you practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
Didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
I gotta prove to her Gumshoe really cares about her. Oh god, another one of these moments. Here we go. I know, I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom. Do you think she'll accept the lunchbox this time? Okay, actual question. Is there only one correct answer or is there multiple correct answers? Because there is another. There's only one correct answer. Okay. It's either the weenies or I can present the Viola medical papers. I mean, here's the thing. The only reason we had the Viola medical papers is because Gumshoe fought for her. Because like, we got the Viola medical papers from Viola, but then Tigray tried to steal it from us, but Gumshoe actually came in and fought off Tigray for us. So if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have gotten these papers. I'm actually not trolling. I'm actually serious about that, Burmsai. That being said, though, Lunchbox makes the most sense. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you.
What does they make as a good gift? That is true. That'd be pointless. Give her the matches so she can burn down Gumshoe's house.
Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know?
So Maggie's like alive then. She too likes weenies.
Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know.
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? No kidding, I've been streaming for almost 6 hours.
Is it okay if I eat this now?
Okay, so I got the right answer, that's good. Yay! Weenies!
So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
I streamed so long, it's technically Saturday now. Yeah. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. False allegations surrounding Maggie have been cleared up. Who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. I did it! What? 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 Edgeworth is back? What? Well, thanks for the stupid spoiler game! Case 4 is super short, by the way. Okay. Well, spoilers! Edgeworth's involved. Alright. Well, we'll save case 4 for next time. Alright then, so that's gonna be it for now. Thank you all for joining me for the super long stream. I'm sorry for how long it took. I had to get food at one point, so sorry about that. No, do it now. Okay. Doing it now. Yeah, no. It may be super short, but it's not that short. But yeah, thank y'all for coming out tonight. Much appreciated, everyone. Alive. Solid. Thank you so much for the raids, guys. Alright. If you guys have a raid message in mind, let me know. The next stream should be this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as per usual. If there's any changes to the schedule, y'all can find me on Twitter at NoLimit42, where I post stream updates and channel shenanigans. Alternatively, you guys can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights every single Monday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. The next 2 movies we're watching are part of the Disney direct-to-video marathon because I'm an idiot who wanted to watch more Disney stuff. So, yeah. The next 2 movies are Tarzan 2 and Lilo and Stitch 2. Stitch has a glitch. Both movies are actually pretty decent. If you guys want to join in for that, consider joining the Discord server. But yeah, that's it for now. Let's go find a raid target. I think I know who I'm raiding if they're currently on. Knowing them, they probably are currently live. Let me check. Also, I'm seeing some good raid messages that we can go with. Yep, they're live. Okay, I figured they would be live. Okay, raid message is going to be... Weenies for all. So no justice, just weenies. And we're going to be rating... Why am I only now ending? Because the trial took so long, Twy! I'm sorry! But yeah, we're going to be rating Mayo. He's currently trying to do the perfect run in Super Mario Galaxy 2. So everyone give him your support! But yeah. Yeah, it was a very long case. But, yeah, we're going to be doing the next case next time, so yeah. I did take a break to eat, that is true. But yeah, go give Mayo some luck and love as he completes the perfect run. Until next time, I'll catch y'all later. Night, everyone!